Hello, happy Wednesday. No, wait. Yeah, yes, it is Wednesday, my dudes. I have left everything in here a mess, so we're just gonna take a second, get my workspace ready, and it'll be fine. It's fine. Okay. Gotta, what order am I cleaning things? Man, I took an uninspected nap this morning, and now I'm all foggy. Like many naps, it was really nice until it wasn't. Hmm. That's all fine. That's all fine. This goes back in the ribbon drawer. Because yes, I do have a ribbon drawer. Who doesn't? It doesn't even come off. Oh, wait, I think it's me. No, it's not right. I have no idea what that came off of. Oh. This is a little lock for my pegboard. I don't know what it had been locking that apparently fell off of, so I'll just put it away. So this is better. I'll have to clean up. So I will do these kits next week. Right now, boxes. This can go back in here as well. It's fine. Let's even upstairs. Those. Oh man, my sky chart. This will be fun at some point. So I got a guide to the stars because I've been playing with a lot of what do you call it? Apps, but use an app with way all different stars. Those aren't shelved. That's just fun. Got 2 puzzles. I'll have to climb up to put those away, so I'll do that. Okay. That stuff makes sense to me. Okay. This is now. This is better. This is better. We're now at slightly more usable. Figure those out. Not right now. There's what, one of those? Yeah. Put that stuff back. Hey, Shard Mom. I never actually put my workshop back together yesterday, so I'm trying to, like, recombobulate. How are you doing? I took a surprise nap this morning, so I'm behind here. You're good? Good, good. Oh. I didn't have a chance to ask yesterday, how was your sleepover with Calvin? Did he have a good time? Oh. What did I take this morning? Oh, a nap. An unexpected nap. I wasn't intending to take a nap, but I took a nap. Like, I had all these plans. To do, like, useful stuff this morning, as you do, and I even I even made overnight oats because I'm very 2002 trendy. And I was like, yeah, okay, so breakfast will be ready, and it'll just be great, and then I can do 1,000 things. Maybe I'll ride my bike to the post office. Like, I had all this whatever plan. Nope. Nope. I fell asleep. So, oh well. Calvin is great. He has happiness. Good. Glad to hear that. And the extra scissors. Yeah, I left my workshop in absolute disarray yesterday. And that is in part, unfortunately, because last night I decided instead of hanging out in my workshop doing, work, I sat on my balcony and looked at the stars and poked at my phone occasionally for hours. It was very nice. I didn't get a lot accomplished, but I had a nice time. And for anybody who's on my Discord, I did post a link to a satellite tracking app. So if you've ever been sitting on your balcony looking at the stars and you see, a little wanderer go by, you can look up which satellite that was. So, yeah, outside is good. Because I watched a dot of light moving more or less north to south. And I was like, okay, there's a big cloud coming, so if it goes behind the cloud, it's probably a satellite. And if it's in front of the cloud, it's a drone. And and then it went behind the cloud. I'm like, okay, satellite. But then I didn't really know how to look that up, and so I Googled around a little bit, and I found a fairly cool app for looking up what satellite you just saw. And I was like, oh, that's cool. So. Unfortunately, by the time I found that app, it was so far off the horizon the app couldn't tell me who it was, because there's a lot of satellites that could have passed over Chicago right then, but, ooh, there's a partial eclipse tonight. Is that the one where you can still see the ring of the moon, or is it like a sideways partial eclipse? Yes, I have those. That's good. I've got my workspace tidied. And where's the center? The center is there. Move that a little bit. That's better. Okay. I'm gonna go grab some stuff to actually clean my skulls. Because they're gross. I've been soaking skulls since Saturday night, and because I was out of town and then recombobulating for being out of town, I never changed the fluid. So I'm gonna go make my kitchen smell terrible. Actually, I'll AFK for this just because it will be a minute, so I'll be back. Okay, yeah, that smelled real bad. That took a minute. Sorry about that. Ugh. There's a reason why you don't leave soaking heads out for multiple days. Actually, there's a couple different reasons for not doing that. And one of them is the absolutely horrific smell. So, anyway. Ah. I have one of my new work surfaces, now it's blue. Be happy about that. Oh, and then I have the skull I took out on Saturday. So this dried up real nicely. Actually, if I move this, you can see that part of that zygomatic arch is missing, so I'll probably repair that today. But otherwise, I have these stinky friends. So these are my heads. Hey, Dave. Actually, I should move my beverage slightly farther from this. Doop. Oh, yeah, no, that smell is, that is the thing. That is the thing. Mistakes were made. Definitely usually don't leave things soaking that many things for that long. Like, there's, you can get away with, like, one thing, but, my t-shirt says, if you can't handle me at my Magikarp, you don't deserve me at my Gyarados. And you don't get the reference, that's okay. Okay. So I think what I'm gonna do, because these smell real bad. I think I'm actually going to transfer them in. I have this little container of just regular water. I'll put them in there to keep the smell down. And then, work on them individually, and then this container they'll go back into to soak. Guessing something to do with, you know, I'll let you guess. Okay, so, ugh. Yep, that is, woo! That is bad. That is bad. That is a smell. Mistakes were made. Interestingly, the particular smell of old, somewhat rotting rat heads is dog breath to me. Like, you know, like, real bad dog breath? You know, there's dog breath, but then there's, like, rancid dog breath. This smells like rancid dog breath. You can see there's still plenty of tissue left on here. There's some color. Because I wasn't paying attention to this over the weekend. I wasn't agitating them. So there's still a lot of shmoo. Shmoo, as always, is a technical term. Okay. Oh, yeah, there's a lot on here. But I wasn't expecting them to be totally clean. Like, there's this beautiful, fictitious idea that when you're macerating or soaking things, you take them out and they're just clean, like all the gross just falls off, and that would be super nice, and that is definitely not what ever happens. Like, it does not. Everything is loosened, and that allows you to pull it off, but if you're putting the bones in something that's so strong that everything just falls off, the bone itself is probably falling apart. I know this song. Maybe it's a remix of some part of a song I know. Let's see. Raise this up. There, that's better, I think. Alright. And then I was a little bit late getting my stream started because I was relocating a adorable jumping spider back outside. There is a North American jumping spider whose common name is the bold jumper. Like, that, the bold jumper is clearly a superhero. You know, really cute little jumping spiders, and as the name implies, they're not afraid of you.
And so this one, I'm not sure how he made it into my living room, but I got him to jump into my hand and made it most of the way to the balcony before it managed to squeeze out from between my fingers, and then I just basically herded it out the balcony door. And once it saw, like, I think Bright Sun and Freedom, it just was hopping over there. It was really cute. Hey, Vintage. Yeah, so just this little guy came and visited my apartment for a minute, so it's back outside now. Super, super cute. Here, let me... Actually, I didn't open a, browser window. I gotta show you bull jumpers. They're so cute. You know, so my whole balcony has its own little ecosystem, which I just love. And the bull jumpers are, you know, the tigers of my balcony, I suppose. And this one had really, really good stripes on it. Kind of like this guy. So, really, really cute. And you can see from these pictures, they are not big. So I was carrying it to get it back out to the balcony, and it's a teeny, teeny little thing. Oh, you're thinking about adopting one? I've heard that they're pretty easy to take care of, actually. Yeah, so, like, people do have them as various jumping spiders as pets. Easiest pets ever. So, yeah, I think if you do it, post pictures for sure. I'm just happy with them on my balcony. Like, my balcony ecosystem is great. And the bull jumpers are obviously living a good little life out there. I've got a bunch of plants now, and so all of their prey animals obviously are going for the plants, and it's pretty great. But yeah, look at these guys. That's a whole lot of personality in one tiny little black and white spider. So, this one was tooling around, checking out my ottoman, and then, you know, easy to go outside. And yeah, so I was a little bit late because I also, of course, tried to get a picture of it. It's really small, so it's hard to get a good picture. But I did upload the picture to iNaturalist before I got started for the day. So if anybody is not on iNaturalist, but you do tend to take pictures of the critters and plants in your area, I super recommend it. It's nice to kind of support your community of other people taking pictures of cool stuff in the area. iNaturalist is handy too, because I'm very, very bad at botany. And so I'd be like, what is this tree? And I'll take a picture of it, and iNaturalist can usually figure it out for me really fast. And so I get to know, like, what all my local trees are. And all, like, you know, the little flowers that grow in the lawn, you don't know what that crap is? You know, there's an answer to that. Weeds. A weed is only something that you don't want. And so, if you like the little blue and yellow flowers, then they're not weeds. And I find them quite cute. Yeah, for me, I find plants that I categorize as weeds are usually imported invasives of various sorts that I know are harming things. So, like, garlic mustard is a weed to me. Plantain is a weed to me. Stuff like that. But a lot of the little cutie pootie flowers that are in my lawn, well, not my lawn, but in the lawns around me, I think those are pretty cool. Because I would sure rather have a lawn that had little sprinkles of color in it than was just uniformly green. Oh, hey Dave, thank you for sharing that, yeah. Yes, that's just the splash page. Yay, Dave, thank you. I appreciate you sharing that link. Yeah, iNaturalist is a lot of fun. It's cool where if you're curious about whatever, I mean, plants, animals, basically if it's alive, someone's gonna help you try and ID it. And you can upload some pretty bad photos up there, and a lot of them can be ID'd. Obviously, try to get the best photo you can. You can do videos, so if you hear, like, bird song, you want to know what bird that is, sometimes you can figure it out. And then that tells you how common it is in your area. So other people who have uploaded their observations of those plants or animals be like, oh yeah, that thing, whatever it is all over your area. Or, oh my god, no one's ever seen that before. P.S. that basically doesn't happen. But, you know, if it did, it'd be cool. And there's a lot of events around Chicago where they'll have a BioBlitz where there'll be people who will tell you how to use iNaturalist, so they'll help you get it set up. And then at the event, everybody's running around taking a ton of photos of everything. Every plant, every bug, everything. And the BioBlitzes give a phenomenal timestamp where, you know, the afternoon of June the 9th or whatever it is, all of these things were present at the same time. And so not only does it tell you that that bird was there or bug was there or whatever, but it actually tells you what the entire ecosystem looked like in that moment. And so the BioBlitzes are super useful for ecologists because it's not just, you know, who was looking at the pretty, pretty birds, the really, you know, big obvious things. It was a bunch of people ran around and took pictures of all the grass and bushes and everything. And so you get photos of what's blooming right then and just things. It's this. So the BioBlitzes are part of a lot of events these days, and they're just a ton of fun. Because it doesn't matter if you are making the same observations as other people. Science is a lot of repetitive observations. It's fine. That data can be teased out. Yeah. Okay, so most of this jaw I've got pretty clean. Except there's a whole bunch of tissue right at the front, like the old gums and things like that are up here, so that's gonna have to re-soak. I can't quite declare this done. Sometimes I can get the jaws done in just one go around, and that's kind of cool, but not this one, not this time. That's okay. Ugh, such smell. Hey, Eva. Also, not gross sign's a good idea. I was about to skip the stream. Yeah, I figure, you know, it's true. Honestly, this one's grosser for me than anybody else because the smell is probably the worst part to all of this. Well, I have these great medallions that a friend of mine made for me, and one of them, when it used to be just text, it said nothing gross today, and when she made my medallion for formatting reasons, it said nothing gross, and I was like, no, we have to add the today in because there's a certain threat to that, which I like. How do you clean it? Oh, basically, what I'm doing right now is just picking out chunks. So this is the classic chemistry thing where you want you want as few things to react with as possible, or you want the correct balance of reactants, basically, for your next step. And in this case, I'm going to be, oh, there's a good old chunk. I'm going to be adding hydrogen peroxide to this, and the hydrogen peroxide rips apart organic molecules and breaks up blood really nicely. And so round 2 will just be soaking this again, but at this point, this is pretty darn clean. You know, I've got some schmoosh left in some areas, but I'll just soak it again, probably just overnight. And then, yeah, but that, pretty good, actually, at this point. Yeah, so that's a, no, where's the camera? There it is. That's a pretty clean little jaw. You know, so it's not quite, there's still a little bit of discoloration. I can still see a little pink and brown in there, and there's still a few bits on it, but now when I soak it, that'll be just blitzed off of it. So something I did that was a mistake is I put two identical species together with their jaws disassociated, which means I have to figure out whose jaw is whose. But luckily, since these aren't research specimens, I can be a little bit lazy. That's a real bummer, though, when people do that with pieces that you have to keep together. So which of these research things was which? Doesn't happen too often. People were usually pretty good about that, but every once in a while we're like, okay, whose jaw is this? There was an unfortunate event when I was volunteering where the lab manager was telling people, yeah, when you skin a rodent, make sure you keep the skull so we can have the skull saved too. And the idea was to do exactly what I'm doing here, where you taxidermy the body to make the research specimen, but then the skulls you would hand clean, and then the skulls would go into the drawer with the skin. So you actually see this in research specimens where there's the long, thin, study skin, and then usually in a little glass vial with some padding is the skull. Or if it's real big, the skull's just sitting next to it. But what he failed to explain to people was how to do that in any real sense. And so there was somebody who spent a couple weeks, unbeknownst to the rest of the lab, cleaning rodents, removing their heads, and then taking the skinned heads that looked, that were covered in muscle and brains and all that, and just throwing them in a bag and leaving that bag on the countertop in a corner. And we didn't realize this until there were at least like 6 or 7 heads in there. And it's just this bag of rot. It's soup. It's absolutely soup. The smell was amazing. And we didn't know whose head was whose. This is like 6 or 7 rodents that this one person had done, but we didn't know. You could no longer associate exactly which skull was which. They all had to just be thrown away. Because they could have been cleaned at that point, but the chances of correctly reuniting them with their skin was nil. And you really don't want to have to guess. Guessing is not how, creating a research specimen is supposed to work. So, the ability to give clear instructions is in itself a very important skill that some people are better at and some people are not. And, other people need to be better at asking questions when person A's skill is maybe not up to snuff. So, oh well, we learn. And luckily, having the study skins without their skulls didn't make them not useful. So it's the work that she had done on the actual skins was still fabulous. Just the additional data that would have been gleaned from having their skulls too was lost, and that's too bad. Although, for a while, this is now years and years later after that, I was running the lab, and I had a fantastic gentleman who was actually the spouse of a staff member of the museum, wanted to start volunteering because he was between jobs, and he was an osteologist. And osteologists are literally people who study bones. So his job was bone research, and he was just looking for something to do while he was between stuff, and I was like, you're instantly hired. And so I gave him the weird stuff, and literally we had a box of 4? I think it was 4 complete skeletons of hares. So, yeah, in English language, hair is the stuff on your head, but also it's a type of lagomorph, which are related to rabbits. And so it was these 4 hairs all jumbled together in a box. And I asked him about it, so I brought the box over, and I was like, hey, I was wondering if you could go through this and see if you can separate the different specimens and get them organized. And he goes, oh, I love commingled remains. I'm like, I love you, bro. I'm so glad you're in my lab. And lo, he had a great time. He figured out which ones were male, and that's the level of stuff that you need an osteology degree for. I did not have that level of cool, but luckily Dan did, so. And volunteers, man. You get all types, and every once in a while one of them's an osteologist who loves commingled remains. Spike of nostalgia. The classic, where are they now? Sigh. Oh, wherever he is, I hope he is happy. I'm actually thinking I might try to do some sort of video call or something like that with my old team. And just be like, anybody who feels like saying hi. You know, because I don't know who's even still in the Chicago area. You know, over the last year and a bit, people have moved away. And some of them had already moved away. Some of them were going off to college or, you know, just other reasons people move away. But it'd be nice to talk to some of those people. They were cool. I'd like to think they'd be okay with talking to me. You know, I'm not their boss anymore. I don't think I was a terrible boss. No, that's defeatist. I know I wasn't a terrible boss. I'd say the vast majority of people liked how I ran the lab. There was... I've been trying to figure out things I want to do this summer with the people I do know are still in Chicago and stuff like that, and one of the things I want to do is a pilgrimage out to American Science and Surplus. So if anybody is in the Chicagoland region... Hey, Okuro, how's it going? If you're in the Chicagoland region, there's a fantastic store called American Science and Surplus. They also do a lot of internet retail, so you can just... If you're in the United States, basically, you can look them up. But it's American Science and Surplus, so a lot of the stuff is... You don't know what's going to be for sale for sure, because it's whatever they could get deals on and they could find surplus amounts of and whatever. So if you just need to buy, like, a box of 500 test tubes, it's probably the place you want to go. Oh, you're driving there in 2 days. Ooh, Evo. American Science and Surplus. I gotta get out there. There's just a bunch of, like, rando lab stuff I would love to have. And you can, like I said, I've actually bought stuff from them online in the last year, but it's so much more fun to go there in person and see, like, the giant bins of corks and tweezers and whatever, and old military supplies and just whatever the heck they happen to have right then. So I gotta see about going out there, and that's one of the things I want to go do it, but I might as well see if anybody else wants to carpool out there, because in Chicago, a lot of people don't have cars. And in the United States, that's not as common as it might be in other parts of the world. But in the US, usually people have cars, or it's kind of expected, I suppose, is a better way to put it, that people are going to have cars. But Chicago, meh, not everybody does, because you don't need them. Public transit's really good. But, yeah. Evo, I am in Chicago. I'm actually in Chicago. But, yeah, so we could do a carpool where a bunch of people could get out there. It'd be fun. Yeah. So, Evo, I worked for the Chicago Academy of Sciences, and that is in Lincoln Park, Chicago. And so I know that anybody who, you know, is still living in the same place they were while they were my volunteer can get to the center of the city, whether or not they have a car. But American Science and Surplus is out in the suburbs. So that one is a little tougher to do if you don't have a car. Whereas people they'd fight their way to get to my lab. They would take public transit for an hour or whatever. And I was very proud of that. The lab was cool too, because since not everybody drove, the volunteers would, you know, occasionally be giving each other rides to things, and there's a lot of stuff that I had no part of, which is exactly how that community is supposed to work, you know? And I'd find out people were organizing trips to go to various museums or amusement parks or stuff on the off, and it was great. And I know a bunch of people are still in contact just as friends after everything shut down, and that's nice too. Because you want to create a place where you have enough of a bond that people, you know, want to be hanging out together, which obviously if they're willing to all pick apart dead things for science, there's a bond. You know, there's some continuity there. And then take care of each other. My lab apparently developed a pretty funny reputation, though, for the number of piercings present. I was always adamant when I was selecting placement for my volunteers within the organization that I wanted different looking people in public facing jobs. And so I didn't want everybody to have the same look. Whatever look that is, it didn't really matter. I didn't want them to all be the same age range. I didn't want them to all be the same, you know, presenting the same race. I didn't want them to all be presenting the same gender. I blah, blah, blah. I was all over the place. And, but, you know, you do get sometimes you just get clumps of types of people because the world is not even. And apparently my highest proportion of people with a lot of tattoos and piercings tended to be in the major lab. Well. And there's probably some, you know, similarity of type there, something, but... And there were definitely people who didn't have tattoos. I have no tattoos. I have no piercings. So, it, you know, I right there defied my own theme, I guess. But it was pretty funny. And my rule for volunteers, I had some really basic dress code rules, especially if it was safety, so, you know, so interacting with animals or in the lab, there were rules for that. But outside of that, the rule was that you needed to dress as somebody that you would want to talk to at a museum. And it's so fun because it meant so many people. It means different things. It means completely different things to some people. So some people dressed up every time and like really, really businessy looking, whatever, because that's who they would have talked to. And okay, great, because that means that the people who are looking for that will find them. And then you had other people who were wearing, you know, jeans and a t-shirt and had all their piercings and tattoos proudly on display and whatever. And it was great, because then those people found them. There's always someone who wanted to talk to you. Yeah, no, Dave, I have 0 tattoos and 0 piercings, so not my jam. My opinion changes too fast. I don't think I could commit to any sort of body modification that I would want to keep for a long duration. And I think if you're going to commit to a tattoo or most piercings, you gotta mean it. You know, that's something you actually want to have, and it, you know, I am too wishy-washy. I've actually sat with different friends who are getting their tattoos, and given advice on, you know, oh, I like this design, or whatever like that. So I've been part of all that stuff, but I am way too wishy-washy. Ugh. I left a lot on this skull. I mean, I was doing a lot of stuff on Saturday, so I'm not surprising I missed big bunches, but ugh. There's a lot on here. Tattoos become 3D in later years. Certain skin types also just sort of scarify a little bit. So I've had friends, especially friends who are black, who their tattoos like rise up and become textured right away. And they look really cool. Yeah, I have so many friends who have tattoos, and it's just, and piercings. Obviously, piercings are pretty common. I have never gotten anything pierced. I do not have pierced ears. I never have. Nothing like that. Far too much of a weenie. He keeps going to sleep. Yep, I was falling asleep pretty bad. Like, some people have pierced everything and would pierce the eyeballs if they could. Yeah, right? Well, a bunch of my volunteers had, like, pierced everything. Which, in Chicago, that's actually sort of funny because we've been getting these polar vortex events some winters where the temperature falls to, like, negative 30 degrees Fahrenheit. And you have to be careful at really low temperatures with piercings because facial piercings freeze first. The metal conducts out the heat, so that the metal of your piercings will actually pull the heat out of your face faster, and you're more likely to get frostbite around them. And so people had to be really, like, conscious in the depths of winter to make sure that they weren't wearing necessarily all of their piercings when the temperature drops really far, because you can actually get you can actually be damaged by your piercings in excessive cold. So I got to learn a bunch of, like, really cool maintenance things, basically, from people who had lots of tattoos. Just, you know, daily maintenance stuff, and then weird weather related maintenance. It was great. And I also had a rule in my lab that if somebody attacks the institution, you know, I can't believe you people you have all these dead animals or things like that. I'm like, blow it off, don't fight it, you know, just say, wow, you know, you should tell somebody that you feel that way, you're always invited to tell the front desk, you know, like, blow it off, don't take it personally, just let them rant, whatever. Hey, Daily Swags, how's it going? But if someone ever came at my volunteers for something personal, going at them for their hair, their piercings, their tattoos, their whatever, I was like, I'll back you up. If I find out that you were rude to somebody because they were rude to you first, it's fine, just go ahead. And that came up a couple times. Because people would come to the taxidermy desk and then razz the volunteer because of their, you know, multiple nose piercings, whatever, and I'm like, nah, yeah, no, you fight back. I'll back you up. Be rather embarrassing, painful, in the deepest darkest of death. Yeah, like, absolutely, you don't. But usually people who have a lot of piercings did the research, you know, where the people around them have done the research, so they're warned about this. And actually, that's something that even the weather reports, when we would have the super cold weather events, they would be like, reminder, if you have a lot of facial piercings, that can be a danger as the temperature plummets to negative 30. And that was one of the warnings that, like, our weather service would put out, is don't get frostbite around your piercings. It pulls the body heat away too fast. Chicago knows its people. And I had more than one volunteer who had tattoos of things that they had prepared in the past, which was pretty great. So people with steady skin tattoos or skull tattoos that were critters that they had worked on. It's pretty cool. Didn't think about it getting colder with the piercings. Yeah, it literally, because metal's conductive, it pulls your body heat away faster. UK has been invaded by the US OAP. I do not know what that is. I have a couple and it makes sense that they are colder and warmer. Yeah, conductive metal. And so, like, if you have, like, the studs, you know, people have the plastic or horn, like, rings and things like that. Oh, that's right. Biden is visiting. I hope that goes nicely. Yeah, so not all piercings are made of metal, but a lot of, like, the really fine ones, most, like, septum piercings, nose piercings, eyebrow piercings, lip piercings, those are metal. And, yeah, those are conductive. Yeah, I got to learn all this really sweet lore. So here I am, I have no piercings. I probably will never have piercings. But you meet all types, and I got to hear about basically the physics and engineering involved in having sweet facial tattoo or facial piercing. And actually, I had a friend who's now in Pittsburgh, I think, who would actually had like wintertime piercings she was more likely to wear because they were plastic or horn. And so they weren't as conductive. Might be TMI. I have nip piercings and it was super sensitive during the winter and attribute it to healing. I mean, healing would have an effect too, but yeah, no, it's extra conductive. Science, right? Here we are. Here's my stream where I'm picking gross off of a skull, and we're talking about metal conductivity and piercings. Science is great, it's everywhere. And also, generally speaking, the areas of your body that you are going to pierce are generally thinner skin anyway, so they're going to be the ones that are affected by cold first anyway, just because there's less of you there to, you know, have your blood flow and to keep you warm. So that's its own issue as well. I always loved my science classes, especially physics. We would always get off topic, but they weren't really actually off topic, right? And that's why you went to school for physics. Yeah, no, physics is great. I am very bad at math. I'm very bad at math. But I loved my high school physics classes because my physics teacher was very bad at being able to explain physics without math. He would just put up the equation and be like, ta-da! And everybody's looking at him blankly. And so he and I had this beautiful partnership where he would be trying to explain this, and poor dude, he would try to like draw some sort of diagram or example on the board, and I'm like, is this it? And I would take over, and he's like, yes, that's what I've been saying for the past half an hour, and everybody's like, oh. So we had a great partnership. I think I still only managed to squeak by with like a low B in that class, but because I couldn't do the math, but I was able to help with the concepts because physics is everything. So, as long as you can grasp that, it's so cool. Ugh. Sometimes we're high on understanding. I feel you lose how to condense into bite-sized pieces. Yeah. Well, and that's the science interpretation stuff anyway, so that's actually a skill that it turns out I'm very good at. And so, all my love to that particular instructor, he was doing his best. But I am actually really good at breaking down concepts in a way that will resonate with most of my audiences, high or low, you know. So you get into high physics, I can usually rise up enough that people know where I'm at, even if I'm not at their level. And if someone's below where I'm usually at, I can usually bring it down enough that people will follow me without it feeling condescending and crappy. Oh man. And, like, things you have to break people of the habit. I don't know if anybody watching this has any sort of visible disability, but visible disabilities, people will often immediately then assume you also have an intellectual disability. Even if it's something that makes no sense. Like, you use a wheelchair, but suddenly they're like, oh, good job, you know, stupid crap like that. And so I had to break some of my volunteers of the habit that if they saw a group of people who were clearly part of some sort of organization that helped people with disabilities, if they came up, I was like, don't you dare start at a low level. Start your explanation high, and then go down as needed. And you would have the people in that group who were, you know, there because they had a lot of physical needs, but knew everything that you were saying, and were so relieved. You know, we're like, hey man, let's talk about this. And they're like, oh, thank God, let's talk about that. And to keep an eye out for people who are visually impaired, because you can't always immediately tell that someone's visually impaired. And so, like, you know, because visually impaired doesn't always mean 100% blind. You know, that's another one that's easy to fall into. So you have this idea of, like, dark shades and a white cane kind of thing, and that's not everybody. And so if I got a mixed group where I could tell that there was people with a lot of different physical disabilities, I'd be like, so, would anybody, I'm planning on bringing out this touchable specimen. Would anybody like to see what I'm working with here? And you'd get the couple who are like, yes, because they'd been politely in the back or getting, you know, what they could out of it, but didn't want to say, hey, I can't see what you're doing. And you're like, here's a turtle shell you can touch. Oh man, front and center. It was great. You know, and then sometimes people really had no idea what you were talking about, and then you just find wherever they are, and whatever experience they can have is pretty good. But oh my god, start high. Start high and work your way down. Don't start low and work your way up. And I mean, heck, even with little kids, there's this thing where people will baby talk at little kids, you know, or immediately not bother talking about some issue. But you gotta remember that it's like first graders who know the name of every single dinosaur. You know, that's not your college students, that's not your old people, that's, you know, tiny kids will be telling you all about what the difference between a mosasaur and a plesiosaur is, or whatever like that, and how neither of those are dinosaurs, and so you find those kids, and you're like, great, let's talk about big issues. And then if they're confused, then you're like, okay, we'll go down. Yeah, one of my friends is visually impaired, and she's a professor of physiology, right? Yeah, you don't talk down to that human being. They got it. Yeah, and that's one of the things that's like tough doing the science interpretation in a museum, is you have no idea who's walking up to your desk. So it's not like there's a class that was pre-signed up and you're like, okay, these are fourth graders, they're learning about this concept and you have to work with that. You know, like, there's a lot of institutions and reasons why you would know where your audience is coming from. Man, you're at an open desk in a museum, you have no idea who's going to walk up. No idea at all. I had a great day. One afternoon, so it's quiet at the museum, and this couple walks up, and the dude is wearing a t-shirt that, I don't remember exactly what it said, but effectively said, bats are awesome. And I'm like, okay, this is a guy who appreciates the fact that Chiroptera is a great order. Fabulous. And so we are I don't remember what we were working on, but they come over and we're talking to them about our specimens, and then kind of on cue, the guy's like, "So, do you have any bats?" And we're like, "Yeah!" I was anticipating this, so I go and I get some of the pre-prepared specimens out that we'd finished like a year prior or something like that. And he's, we're talking about how we preserve them, and he's nodding and smiling and being very nice. And then finally, after an awkward second, he's like, "So, I think this one's mislabeled." And I'm like, "Really? What do you think it is?" And he tells us. And I'm like, "Well, let's get a book out and let's see if you're right, because if we have it mislabeled, we want to change it." And he immediately is like, "Oh yeah, because I'm actually one of the foremost bat experts for this region, and I've been studying these forever, and I'm pretty certain it's this, but let's double check it." And I was like, "Oh my god!" So basically, like, this major bat researcher for the Midwest happened to stop by our museum, happened to ask if we have bats. We pull out one that's mis-freaking labeled, and because we weren't jerkbags about it, he helped us get it corrected. It was nice. But I'm not one of the Midwest's preeminent bat researchers, so the fact that I biffed that can happen. And so it was embarrassing, but no, he didn't start with the credentials. I think he didn't want to start a fight, so if we decided to be jerks, he would just like have walked away, and be like, "Well, whatever." But we're like, "Really, tell me more." And he's like, "Oh, thank God, let's fix this." This is my life's work, everybody. It was great. He was a peach. And the great thing with that too is those specimens had already been entered into our database. So we used Arctos, which is a big publicly available database. And so when we updated it, we were able to add his name as the person who ID'd it. He's casually like, "So, I think I know it." Yeah, no, he would. And what a great guy! Because if you come on as a giant braggart, and like, "Hey, this is wrong, and you all suck," walls go up, right? No one's gonna listen to you. You're just a big jerk butt. And I'm sure this is somebody, when you're studying bats, you already have so many, preconceived notions about. People come at you with vampires and pests and whatever like that. That, yeah, it was really funny. He was a sweetie. Yeah, that desk, we had some cool people stop by. Yeah, and actually, nope, I spelled that wrong. Arctos. Nope, as you see in there, doing this one-handed and sideways is not going well. Okay. So this is Arctos. For anybody who has not used this, Arctos is this massive, massive community-based database that a lot of major research institutions are part of. So, like, I believe the Field Museum is not, but the Chicago Academy of Sciences and the California Academy of Sciences are, and, a whole bunch of other ones. And so their databases are all publicly accessible right away. And that's, as soon as someone actually enters those data. And so most of our work is in there, and we're pretty happy about it. So, like, collection. Yeah, so Abilene Christian University, Alabama Museum of Natural History, Alengo State Natural History Collection, Arkansas Center for Biodiversity, so, like, a bunch of them are in here. Here's Chicago Academy of Sciences. So, any identifier, let's see. Comparator. Search. A lot of our stuff didn't have photos, which is too bad. Alright, here we go. Here's all the specimens that I did. So obviously I've got this really small so you guys can't see everything. But yeah, here we go. I did a few. I'm pretty happy about it. A lot of Zonotrichia. Oh, Scoloplex minor. Jerks. Yeah, Arctos is fab. Absolutely fab. So, P.S. for anybody who out there who is looking for information about whatever, biological resources in various databases, there it is. It's just meant to be used. And so that was also nice that we could be talking to this researcher and be like, yo dog, can we add your name? Because then it's publicly available and you can look up that specimen later when you tell this story. And he thought that was pretty great. And it was nice too to be able to, like, especially with my high school volunteers, because they're, you know, you're trying to kind of point out what the value of the big research databases are and things like that. And you could show them their own name in the collection. Be like, here, there's the one that you did, and I'm going to send you the link so that you can show your, you know, you can show your teachers, you can show your parents, you can put this on college applications, whatever you want to do with it. Tell everybody that you scienced, and it's in an official database that you scienced. And that database is nice too, because but I'm telling people, if you do, you know, donate something to a collection, like if you find a dead bird, you have to write down where and when you found it. You'll see those data in that database. We record all of that, and that makes it so much more valuable when you have a nice, well-rounded specimen and just instead of just some like dang dead thing that someone happened to find. Somehow this is covered in cat hair. Welcome to my home. Chicago is dropping, I think actually the entire state of Illinois is dropping all COVID-related restrictions at the end of this week. So there's suggestions, they still suggest masks and things like that, but institutions can completely open at full capacity, restaurants can seat indoors at full capacity, things like that. And so I know a lot of the museums around Chicago are scrambling to be ready to open because they weren't sure when that was going to happen. So that's going to be another interesting one for anybody in this area, or within the state of Illinois. Other states have already started to do reopenings. Some are a little farther behind. Everybody's a little different. But yeah, that's going to be interesting to see how that goes. But as far as I've heard, there is no talk at all about reopening that lab at this time. They seem to be putting their efforts to other areas of the museum, which, you know, you gotta prioritize. I'm not there. Ain't mad. But I know some of my volunteers are chomping at the bit to get back, and I'm like, I have no information for you guys. They laid me off. My information is weird at this point. Well, that's okay. Hey, Moths! Just finished some lab stuff. The rat stalls are coming along. It's, I definitely didn't agitate them enough while they were in the solution, so they're a little crunchy. Vintage. Kansas has been open for a little bit, even during restrictions, but it's nice that that there's vaccination sites. Yeah. Yeah, because I didn't care what any of the rules were going to be. If I wasn't vaccinated, I wasn't going out. Full stop. And so the fact that museums have actually been open to some extent for a while, and you could eat indoors for some extent for a while, I'm like, I don't care. Nope. I've made my own food indoors at my apartment for this long. I can keep doing this for a couple more months. But now that a lot of the vaccination rates and things like that are so much better, the fact that things are opening up doesn't just objectively terrify me. So I was very happy to support my local business by ordering takeout. Thank you. But it's not like I don't want to go out to those things, but I, fear of pandemic and death. Me. Luckily, Illinois, with our mass vaccination sites, are even starting to close down because they served their purpose. They did the thing, and so now they're moving to more localized, targeted sites. Which is kind of cool. Yeah. Yeah, and I'm planning on wearing a mask indoors kind of forever. I don't know. I don't see any reason why not to. On public transit, sure. Public transit was already kind of a petri dish of woe. I didn't really need that in my day, so now I've got all these super cute masks. And then I don't have to smile at strangers. They found that single dose is not enough for Delta variant, but double vaccination helps a bit, and now they're testing booster shots. Oh, interesting. Yeah, the variants, and the variants are hopefully going to slow down once transmission slows down, because there won't be as many opportunities for the virus to mutate. Ugh. I didn't realize how little I've been sick since having masks on. Right? Yeah, don't stop wearing masks. If you look, anybody who hasn't looked up the flu statistics, the seasonal flu statistics for this past winter, do so now. It's brilliant. It's brilliant, because the flu, of course, is transmitted primarily through surface contact and breathed droplets. And so all the stuff that we were doing to prevent COVID prevented the flu. And so instead of hundreds of thousands of infections, there was a couple hundred or something in the United States, something absolutely magical like that. And I was reading somewhere, although I didn't read the full article, so giant grain of salt as I say this, but I saw somewhere on the internet that there's speculation that some of the flu variants, N1H5 and all the, variants, that some of those probably went extinct because there were just so few people circulating those few variants that some of them might not appear again because they didn't get transmitted enough. Wouldn't that be cool? Society's too crowded and we don't have enough personal space. We don't have enough personal space and we don't have enough appreciation for germ theory. Germs are gross. And germs are our enemy. Can we maybe not help them? Yeah, that's the thing it drives me bonkers about people who didn't want to participate in a lot of the social distancing and basic mask wearing and stuff like that. Are you on the side of the species-killing virus? Whose side are you on? If the aliens come and attack our planet, are you going to side with the aliens because you something humans? Oh god, no. I would like the virus to die a horrible, shrieking, virusy death. Can we not? But I don't know. Yeah, the germs are awful. I read an interesting thing way early in the pandemic that was talking about a study that was done with teaching children in elementary school to wash their hands. And they had control classrooms where they didn't change anything. They had classrooms where the teacher was to advise the kids to wash their hands. Hey, remember, wash your hands after you go to the bathroom. Hey, remember to wash your hands before you eat. Hey, remember. And then they had classrooms where the teacher's job was to observe the kids and actually walk them through the steps of washing their hands, and making sure they actually did it. So all of that sort of stuff. And what they found was that the number of missed school days plummeted in the classroom where the teacher actually was, advising. Suspected spam caller. And yeah, so you gotta teach people the importance of it, and then you gotta stay on it, and it's crazy, but kids stopped having diarrheal diseases because they were washing their dang hands after going to the bathroom. Crazy. Oh, Kansas film with people like that, yeah. Siding with the powerful has been a very common behavioral pattern in humans. Ouch! Yeah. I guess I'll side with the winning team, and the winning team seems to be the virus that's killing off hundreds of thousands of millions of humans. Sigh. Yeah. Hmm. Well, anyway, now I'm getting into sociology and all that, but yeah. I am still looking forward to wearing my mask here and there. I'm also looking forward to getting to go to places I've missed. I'm kind of happy for the middle ground. And something I'm hoping will go away, I'm really hoping will go away, is the stupid, stupid thing people would do where they're like, no, I'm incredibly sick, but I'm gonna tough it out and go to work. No! No! No one wants your disgusting illness! Please do not tough it out and go to work! Like, stay home! I'm so sick of that. Okay, I think my cats are up to something. I'll be back in a minute. Cats. Anyway, sorry. Vintage, thank you for the lurk. Alright, yeah. Sorry, everybody. Anyway. Let's see, I need to do... So, in vaguely related news, my cat Rumi is finishing up medication for an ear infection, which, you know, is annoying, and we'll get through it, it's fine. However, the kitten has been grooming him, as, you know, like, hey buddy, I noticed that your ears smell like medication, I guess I'll lick those. And it's both really sweet, and it's led to a slight uptick in cat fights, and now the kitten is ingesting the other cat's hair, and I call him the kitten, he's not, he's 6 years old. Festivus has short hair, and he's licking the long-haired cat, and it's a whole world. Yeah, everything's alright, just... Cats. Cats. I tell you. So yeah, I'm sorry to run off, but things you gotta do. Luckily, letting this sit here for a minute and dry out actually kind of helped it, because sometimes if it's too slimy, you can't grab the edges of, you know, gross that you want to get off, so you want it to be kind of a... You don't want it to be too dry, because then you can't get anything off of it, but you don't... Having it be too wet can sometimes should be just as much of a hassle, so... This is actually coming off really nicely. Oh, moths per hour. I don't know if you were on when I first popped on and I was talking about the bold jumping spider I found. Were you on for that? Yeah. Lol cats. Truth. At least the music stays on when I AFK, right? At least I hope it stays on when I AFK. I guess I should check that. Oh no, so I actually started my stream a little bit late. I try to start at 1 o'clock on the dot as close as I can, but I was a little bit off today. because I was finishing eating lunch on my couch, and a bold jumper had apparently made it into my living room, probably from the balcony, bringing stuff back in and out, and was just like tooling around on my ottoman the way that they do, just looking at everything, being like, I'm an incredibly charismatic, tiny black and white jumping spider. Hello, everybody. How are you? And so I just watched it for a little while, and then managed to coax it to jump into my hand, and then mostly got it outside. But it's so small that I didn't want to crush it, so there were gaps between my fingers. So it managed to jump out on the landing of my stairs. But then at that point, I could open the balcony door and kind of shoots it outside, and it was fine. But they're so cute. They're just so charismatic. Yeah, they're so great. And so this little one popped outside, and I did manage to get a picture of it when it was still on my ottoman, that I uploaded to iNaturalist, because I'm not gonna not do that. But it was pretty cute. My balcony ecosystem is honestly really quite choice. I'm very happy with it. Because I've seen the bolt jumpers out there before, and a couple other species of jumping spider I haven't quite nailed down yet. We of course have clover mites that are doing their little crazy dance everywhere. Oh, I have a zebra jumping spider on the walls outside. Is the video blurry? Actually, it looks like it's over-focused on my shirt. Yeah, like it's reading the text of my shirt. Maybe I can move this down. I think I just need to hold it lower. Maybe. Yeah, Shard Mom, let me know if that is better, or if I need to manually change it, because having my camera lower now has been better for getting it to actually be able to autofocus, whereas before I had to give up on autofocus entirely. It just was garbage. But it might be garbaging out again. Actually, let me see if I can increase the light. That might help. Oh. There. That might help. Oh, this camera's blurry. Ooh. No, that might just be you then. I would say try reloading the page. So just completely reload the web page and, or app, and see if that clears it up. Yeah. And even though I walked away for a minute, I gotta tell you, these still smell terrible. No camera blurry this end? Okay, Dave, thanks. I'm on my phone, so I cannot comment on blurriness. Yeah, Moss per hour, that's not gonna help. Although I have to say, I do like being on Twitch on my phone because it makes the emotes look really clear. So like, my channel's emotes, I of course love them. And I can see them better in the chat on phones, and so I really like them. So, you know, pros and cons. Also, man, the music picked up. Good. Shard Mom, you're very welcome. Yeah, I've totally done that on other people's channels. I'm like, I'll be talking to a friend, I'm like, wow, your video quality is terrible, and they're like, no, it's not, and then it's me. I just have to reload. Eh. I probably will stop picking at this particular skull pretty soon. It's getting down to the point where if I could overdo it and possibly damage something, so I'd be better off resoaking it. So my schedule's been bonkers with doing a lot of like in-person things outside of my home, which of course I'm not used to. And something that has disrupted is watching other people's Twitch streams. Because whatever tasks I was always doing it over here at my workstation, even if I wasn't streaming, and so I was watching other people's streams. And I have just been a terrible community member. I haven't been watching anybody else's stuff lately, so I gotta get on that. I'm behind on my viewership hours. I'm just behind on everything, it feels like. I'm not ready for the world to open back up. Like, much like the museums, I've been kind of teasing a little bit for this. I thought I had more time, and so I got stuff I gotta do. I gotta go out and buy jeans. Straight up. I am out of presentable leg wear that I can wear outside of my house. So much of my stuff has holes in it, or is just so worn out and, like, shapeless. I really need to get stuff that I can wear outside of my home. And I'm really low right now. So that's on the big to-do list. And the to-do list is huge. Unfortunately, the to-do list got a little bit out of hand here. Yeah, so I need to go buy jeans real bad. Or other sorts of, you know, leg attire that I can do actual stuff in. And I just have like lots of little trips out I want to do to various things. And honestly, I just need to go grocery shopping. My grocery shopping has fallen off on the wayside, and I tend to buy a lot of stuff when I go grocery shopping. I really like food and I like variety. And so I can coast for a long time after I start running out of groceries, and at this point it's getting a little thin. I really actually have to go grocery shopping. But, you know, I'll get to it. I'm sure. I'm sure of it. I'm sure I'll definitely, you know, do all the things I'm supposed to be doing right now. Sigh. Actually, I gotta bother Oakbrook Terrace, too, to see if anybody has actually signed up for my taxidermy class at all. Because we're getting pretty close to when that's supposed to go off, and last I heard there was 0 people signed up for it. So, because that's the other thing, we're at this weird nexus where since everything's opening up, my class is no longer like the unique thing that is the only option. But also, people didn't sign up for it ahead of time because, you know, people didn't necessarily want to sign up for indoor things. So there's this transition period of everything's opening, so there's like a glut of options for what people can get out and do right now. So my in-person classes might end up not happening for this first round, but maybe later in the summer as people are resettling out. I don't know. We'll see. I should probably stop screwing up this. Let's scoop out the inside of the brain area one more time, and this done enough for this round. That bit's gonna come out. Alright, call that good enough. Move on. I'm saving the mouse till last, which maybe is a bad idea, but this is where I'm at. The rats are just so much easier to work on. Like, the first couple of skulls that I hand cleaned just kind of for fun and then blinged out were mouse skulls just because they were what I had. And, you know, starting small has its advantages, but also starting small is kind of disadvantageous because, man, they're freaking small. And so, like, the rats seem to be a really good size for doing most of these projects, but I'm not going to say no to a mouse skull. I mean, who would say no to a mouse skull? It's crazy. And my hand's numb again. Meh. So I really like having this blue tray, but the edge is really high, and I think it's causing me to have to bend my wrist at a slightly troubling angle. Yeah, well. So when I was driving across multiple states this past weekend, I was moving in and out of different radio station zones. You know, there's only so far they could go. And that was an adventure all by itself. Oh, hey, Drop Bear. No, the mouse brains got scooped out on Saturday. Now I'm just getting old, gross tissue off. So, like, this is a lower jaw, but you can see it's kind of, like, lumpy. So I gotta get all the shmoo off. How are you doing? But the radio stations were weird. Like, I was jumping around. There was one, I actually managed to keep a Chicago radio station all the way to South Bend, Indiana, which was pretty impressive. But I literally came across a radio station that the like, radio splash announcement between songs was name of radio station, music from the 80s, 90s, and today. I have heard that announcement ever since the late 90s. Like, 80s, 90s, and today covers a lot of decades, man. Why would you bother mentioning 80s and 90s if you're also covering everything? It was very weird. You're doing fine with those flesh-eating beetles. Assist in the cleaning if you had them. Absolutely. This is what flesh-eating beetles are great at, and what humans are kind of rubbish at. So if I had flesh-eating beetles, I wouldn't have soaked this, because the beetles actually prefer things kind of dry and mummified. But I soaked this in hydrogen peroxide to loosen everything up, and start to destroy the organic cells. And so, yeah, now I'm hand-picking it, and then I'll have to soak it again to finish it out. Whereas with beetles, they would have already gotten all the tissue off, and I would have to probably bleach it or degrease it, but then it would just be done. And, of course, my giant human hands are much more likely to just snap or break off parts of this, because I am an indelicate, humongous mammal, whereas the beetles just delicately nibble only the flesh off, and so they leave perfect, delicate little structures of bone behind, being their primary strength in this. YH202, what a solution of, wait, what's sodium... Sodium, oxygen, hydrogen? What's that one? So I'm not a chemist either, but which is why I'm not sure what the second thing is, sodium hydroxide. I don't know the benefit of sodium hydroxide, but I will tell you that the benefit of hydrogen peroxide, which maybe would be similar, is basically the extra oxygen molecule in H2O2 bonds with the oxygen molecules in the organic material and rips the oxygen out, and that's what the fizzing is. So when you pour hydrogen peroxide on like a cut or something, it starts to fizz. It's actually pulling apart the oxygen, creating O2, which then bubbles away and leaving behind H2O2, or I'm sorry, H2O. And so the reaction just creates oxygen and water, which means it's very safe end solution that I can dispose of and it's no problem. And it just absolutely destroys organic tissue. Like, hydrogen peroxide is a phenomenally useful way to get blood out of cloth, things like that. So yeah, so that's why I use it. So it's not that I don't know that the sodium hydroxide would work, but rather that this works really well. So hopefully that answers that question. It's also super cheap and easy to acquire. Sodium hydroxide would react with any fats to convert to soap. Oh, neat. You might need heat. That sounds like it would be really good for degreasing specifically. So the sodium hydroxide, if you had like a large skull, like a deer or something like that, I can see that being really good for specifically drawing all like the fats out of the bone marrow and things like that. Degreasing the big skulls is a whole freaking process. And if you need heat, then you can, sometimes some of those processes people will just add like an aquarium heater, so you can keep it at 70 or 80 degrees. So it's not boiling. You're not causing the chemical change in that sense, but it is supporting the other chemical reactions. Whereas hydrogen peroxide does have a degreasing element for sure, because it's just going after all organic material. But I don't need anything really, really tough on tiny, tiny little rodent skulls. And so I know sometimes they'll use hydrogen peroxide as a bleaching agent for things that they had to degrease using other methods. Whereas with this, you can degrease it and bleach it and remove the tissue all in one go, mostly because it's just so small. So I actually did try to use this method on a large skull. I went and bought a sheep head last fall to see if I could clean that at home, and the answer is, no, not really. So, once you get up to that size, this method doesn't work at all. It was so gross. I really tried, and it was just gross. That sheep head is still sitting on my balcony, and I keep being a weenie and not even wanting to, like, deal with it. Which I really, really should. I really, really should deal with that. Do you know what the sodium hydroxide waste product is? So after if it converts to soap, would you be able to just pour that down a drain? Because that's the other nice thing about this stuff, is I can put it just directly down the drain. It doesn't harm anything. Man, this jaw has a lot left on it. Usually the jaws clean up really, really fast. This one's giving me a little bit of hassle. I'm not trying to be a smartass. I just like to know why you're doing it the way you do it. Also, yeah, sodium hydroxide ain't completely reacted. Maybe not a good idea to dispose down the drain. Okay. Yeah, basically the main reasons for this is easy to acquire, easy to dispose of, safe to have in my house. So, like, if my cats decided to drink the water, that's disgusting, but they'll be okay. And for this size category of things, it's absolutely sufficient. And so that also just falls under the, you know, don't play an ace when you can play it too. And so there are definitely stronger degreasers and stronger processing chemicals that people do use for bone cleaning that I simply don't need for the type of stuff I'm doing. So I might as well keep it cheap and easy instead of getting like the real big stuff that I would need for a larger project. Yeah, I don't think it would be as smartest. It's not particularly strong solution of H2O2 then. Yes. This is 3%. Let's see if the camera can find it. Come on, camera. Well, if this was going to find the focus, it's 3%. Maybe up here. Anyway, this is 3% hydrogen peroxide. This is just the topical solution that you would buy at a pharmacy, and so it's readily available and it's not terribly dangerous. Whereas, you know, like a 12% or up, you can start doing some pretty impressive damage. That's not the stuff I have. And people will buy the heavier peroxide from like beauty suppliers and stuff like that. And I've actually been considering getting some of that to try on some of the larger things I have, but this solution is only 3%. So yeah, absolutely valid question. This is a solution you can literally gargle with. It's one of the things listed on the bottle. What about using something like Napazon, which creates peroxide but also has other cleaning agents in it? I have never heard of Napazon. So if you want to share a link to that, I am curious. Yeah, and actually, Drop Bear, it's also, I think, worth it for me to point out that cleaning bones is something that I am an absolute newbie at. We didn't do it at the museum terribly often because our focus was on preserving skins. And so cleaning bones to this level, usually rodents and small things like this, was all we did. We had no... Birds, you don't clean the bones in our lab. And mammals, we would keep the skulls and that's it, because we didn't have the beetles there either. And I didn't work on big stuff in that lab. So... Moxbrow, I heard online that you can also buy stronger peroxide at pool stores. Ooh, that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, so I am interested in getting, like, the powdered peroxide and the harsher stuff that people use for other things at some point, but for the moment, I've been able to accomplish my goals with the stuff that I can walk down the street to the corner store and get. Which, again... a major bonus for what substance am I going to use. The one that I can walk down the street and grab is pretty awesome, actually. But yeah, I would say there's definitely many ways to clean bones, many of which are more efficient or better able to scale than what I'm doing here. And so while this absolutely works and is cheap and approachable, I wouldn't ever make the claim that this is best or only. Yeah, and I know, I keep forgetting their new screen name. Bones by Mo, something like that, formerly Mo the Bone Lady, has a whole different system for degreasing, and so does Articulate Reptiles. So they're the ones who have the most information about the specific bone cleaning. My stuff is absolute noob level. But it works for my setup so far. But I am definitely interested in trying out different stuff. A percarbonate powder that, if I believe, creates peroxide in situ. O2-based bleacher. My chemistry might be off, though it's readily available in the detergent aisle. I use it for sanitizing my homebrew equipment. It's awesome for cleaning stainless steel. Huh. Yeah, so the thing I'd have to look up with that is how does it react to bone? Because with the bone, you've got your basic carbon structures and a lot of calcium. And so if it's going to break up the calcium or the other materials that are in the bone, that you don't want to use it to clean the bone. And that's why you would never use like bleach, like actual bleach. Bleach just rips apart the bone. And so if you physically bleach a bone, like in laundry bleach, it becomes powdery. And it will keep reacting with it because the bone is so absorbent. And so over time, over the course of years potentially, it will reduce the bone to a white powder. And so, like, obviously, that will get the tissue off, but that also destroys your bone. And so, yeah, that I would have to do the research to figure out what the actual chemical effects of that particular one would be, but I'd say potentially. Sounds cool. And I'm also a little bit of a hard nose about archival versus functional, because I'm still trying to stay in the museum prep mindset, even though I am not doing things for museums at the moment. I want to stay in the habit, and so there's plenty of materials that are fine for a couple of decades, but over time will start to destroy things. And so that's another level of persnickety that I would want to check, which is not necessarily important for a lot of people. Chlorine and bleach is a strong oxidizer. Carbonate is probably okay for bone, but I'm not a chemist. Bottom line, use beetles. Absolutely. Bottom line, use beetles. And I actually do have a chemist who I bother occasionally for stuff like this. And she's fantastic. So when I don't know basic things like that, I'll go to her. If I'm looking for, like, heavy hitter stuff, I will usually talk to, like, museum professionals who do conservation work who have already followed that line of thought. But if I have just like, what would this do to this chemical? I bother Marjorie. Yes, it is convenient to know a chemist. They are phenomenally useful human beings. She's funny because she was a colleague of mine at the museum, and a lot of people didn't know that her background was actually in chemistry, and it would come up occasionally, and then everybody is suddenly just quizzing her on what is this cleaner made out of, or how does this thing work, or whatever like that. And so we'd have whole lunch conversations about basic chemistry, and it was fun. More than a few chemists and allied scientists in the Knowledge Fellowship that we could ask. Ooh, I love your shameless plug! Yeah, no, see, Drop Bear, thinking with your thinker. Thank you. And that's something I'm not used to yet, because I still feel like an outsider for the Knowledge Fellowship, even though I'm apparently not anymore, but I just am in that mindset. But yeah, you're absolutely right. There are people in the Knowledge Fellowship who would probably love answering basic questions like this. So thank you for that shameless plug. Some plugs require no shame. Some do. Okay, yeah, this one did not come as clean as the other jaw. By a pretty wide margin. Yeah, I did not... I mean, I knew I was going to be less attentive to these because I was going out of town. But man, these did not come as clean in round one as they often do because I did a bad job. Oh well. So it goes. No one said... And that's why I said I feel like. Because with outsider things like that, it doesn't necessarily mean that the organization itself done wrong or did anything to make people feel like an outsider. It's me. It's my own brain. One's own brain is often one's worst enemy in these sorts of issues. Social anxiety is real. Yeah, and actually, Drop Bear, a lot of these questions about chemical use and whatever are something that I've been kind of nibbling at over the months that I've been streaming, because there's you know, like many people, and I don't think this is a flaw per se, you start with what you know. You know, so, okay, I know how to clean things with hydrogen peroxide. But then the key is knowing that there's other options and taking the time to figure that out. And that's what I've done on some of my Tuesday streams, is look that stuff up. You know, I have friends that I'll talk to offline and be like, so what is this chemical that you have? And, you know, it's great to have the flexibility to actually be figuring that stuff out instead of just being in the museum lab being like, get her done. Might you ever bother getting the fancy beetles like Mo? In this living situation, no. I just don't have room in my living space. I love my apartment. It's a really, really nice Chicago apartment. I'm very lucky to have found this in summer of 2019, not knowing what was coming. But I have no outdoor space other than a 12-foot by like 5-foot balcony. And that is where I eat most of my meals, and my spouse would probably not really appreciate having there be a lot of rotting things out there. So I don't have the space to have the dedicated beetle area. Most people who have that have a shed, or something outdoors that they can kind of mess around with. I don't have any ground level outdoor space at all. So with my current, and I actually talked to Mo about this a little bit, and she was saying that one of her original studios was a little more restrictive, like my setup is, and she really couldn't get into it until she moved into a space where she could actually set up everything correctly. So yeah, that's just my current Chicago living space. Beetles aren't a thing, which is why, you know, since trying that sheep head and determining that no, I'm never doing that again. That's great. That was good data, even though the process was gross and it's still being gross. I need to finish that at some point. But I always intended to be more focused on skins. Skins and the preservation therein are my thing. Bones belong to Mo. And articulate reptile. So that's okay. You know. But blinging out little rodent skulls like this and just picking at them and cleaning them off. Honestly, this is therapeutic and nice to just spend some time cleaning these off by hand. So the fact that this is taking a long time doesn't really bother me too particularly much. Because these are not research specimens. It's okay if I damage them a little bit with my, you know, unruly human strength. You know, stuff like that. And I do have a friend who has beetles who is in the area. She's about an hour drive away, but she's in the Chicagoland region. And so if I really want to get something cleaned, I can ask her. Would it be cool if perhaps yourself, Mo, and Articulate Reptile could collaborate for a stream for one day, just talking about what you guys do? Yes, that would be rad beyond all belief. So yes, absolutely. Yeah. I guess I don't have a more intelligent response other than, yeah, that would be cool. And I'm okay at setting up things like that. I'm okay at setting up collaborations and things, but I'm actually, this is dumb, but my strength is usually talking up other people, and I have to get better about incorporating myself into this stuff if I'm going to be trying to do this independently. So your idea is smart, and basically what I'm saying is that I wish I'd thought of that. You're so smart. So, yeah. But yeah, I should talk to them about that. Because Mo and Articulate do basically the same type of work, but with slightly different focuses. Like, Articulate's stuff is, as the name implies, a lot of reptiles and very flashy base making and things like that. I really like he just, his Instagram, he just had a bearded dragon that he finished, and she came out beautifully. Whereas Mo's stuff is a little more minimalist. She goes for that cleaner black and white look, and I feel like her stuff is more mammals. But is Mo on Discord? I have no idea. TKF does like to hold panels from time to time. Oh, it's had a few in the past, but we've had a hard time trying to maintain the momentum. If there's anything as a committee member to help, let me know. I accept your big hint, and we shall chat. Yes. So basically, yes, 100%. Yes, all of that. Yes. I just hadn't even considered such a thing, and now that I'm starting to, I'm gonna have to like yeah, actually take action on that. Oh, Drop Bear, you so smart. Yeah, moths per hour. Oh no, Mo is not Doge Nubs. Doge Nubs is Clara, who is on here from time to time. Who you moths you may have met Doge Bear. Or I'm sorry, Doge Bear. No, Doge Nubs. She was a volunteer in Beecher. She went to some of the events. She was fun. But Mo is a streamer on Twitch who literally has a business doing people's pet memorials. And so you can send her your cat, and she will return your cat's skeleton to you gorgeously articulated. Actually, if someone can do a shout out for Mo, because I keep forgetting Mo's new screen name. So if anybody would be so kind as to drop her contact in the chat, I would very much appreciate it. Because I would have to look it up. I can do the articulate reptile, because I know how to spell that. So I'll do that if someone else can look up Mo. Just trying to familiar site. Yeah, no, and not everybody's screen names go, so it's the articulate reptile. I believe that's correct. Forgotten Mo's new Twitch name. Yeah. It's new! It's new! Oh, Dave, desk workout. Alright, I'll put that back. Alright. Ugh. Sweaty glove hand is sweaty. Okay, well, since I have my glove off, I'm gonna do an actual link to the articulate reptile. Because he's worth it. I wonder if... Is Mo on right now? Because if so, I can just find her. And actually, is she still using she pronouns? Because I heard that part of the reason the name was changed was to be a more gender-neutral name, but I wasn't sure if that was just to have a more gender-neutral name or because she was changing pronouns. Okay, the articulate reptile is on. It looks like Mo is not. And actually, currently...
Introducing the all-new Ford Map.
The articulate reptile is doing something very similar to the work I'm doing today, which is pretty funny. Yeah, I don't remember Mo. Yeah, no, Drop Bear, get on this. If you can please get me that link while I'm doing this desk workout for Dave, I would sure appreciate it. Am I rating it? I shouldn't be. No, I was just... I want people to know about his work because he's great. I'm shouting people out because some people deserve it. Not everybody. Some people are butts. But some people deserve it. Alright. So Dave has gotten the workout off to the start. So this is our first one of the day. Alright, thank you. So, D20. And actually, Moss per hour, I forget if you were on yesterday when this was happening. Anybody can redeem these channel points. I don't know if you've played with these skulls channel points at all. I roll a D20. There's 25 office exercises, but I won't do all of them. Some of them require being on the floor. Others require other things I can't really do in this room. But the D20 gets me pretty far. It's doing the plug for Moose. Everybody should follow Moose. He's a great guy. Alright. 2. What is 2? Oh, arm pulses. This one's weird. So, I do recommend everybody does these. We've all been sitting at their desks watching Twitch stuff. Okay. These work your triceps and help stretch out your shoulders, which I could probably use. Stand up from your desk with your arms by your side and your palms facing behind you. Pulse your arms backwards for 20 seconds, keeping arms as long as straight as possible. So, immediately as a crunch. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, ow, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Like, I love some of these stretches that don't seem like they should do anything, and then you do it and you're like, oh, no, I've been sitting hunched over. I actually needed that. Alright, anybody else want to cash in for a desk workout before I wrap this up? Ooh, try not to bounce the stretches, do it slower. They describe them as a pulse, so I think the bounce is actually part of this one. Hey, Carol, welcome back. Alright, jerks. Everybody's got an opinion. Fine, let's just do it again. Let's just do it again. Okay, this one's for free. This one's for free. So we're... Okay, so like... Pulse arms backwards for 20 seconds. So like, hold it like that. And it's not 20 times, mind you. It's 20 seconds. But... So there's less of a bounce. Just doing it. And I'm not counting, because there's no point in counting. And yeah, I can really feel that. Oh. Okay, I'm gonna call that enough. Whew. Alright, anybody else actually want to redeem the points? Ooh, crunch, crunch. You people. I do get trolled. All the ice melted in my iced tea, but it's still delicious. Now it's just watery tea. Alright, I'll wrap this one up. Back over here. And yeah, we're still trying to figure out what the artist formerly known as Mo the Bone Lady. Oh, getting tea? Good. Yeah, the music has been kind of all over the place today. I'm liking it, actually, but it's been a journey. I think I can just find Mo. If anybody beats me to this, please tell me. What is Mo the Bone Lady's new handle? Dave had still not worked out the reference from the shirt. Nah. You gotta climb that mountain. Let's see. Oh no. Okay. So if you can't handle me at my Magikarp, you don't deserve me at my Gyarados. Odd Bone Mo. I found her. Okay.
It's been a long ride.
Introducing the all-new Ford Maverick, a truck for...
Anyway. Okay, so the artist formerly known as Mo the Bone Lady has now changed to Odd Bone Mo. And... Okay, because somebody had said that Mo changed the screen name to be less gendered, but I'm not seeing reference to that specifically, so that simply means I don't know. I'll probably just have to ask if there's a pronoun update, which is okay. Kuro gets it. Let's see. If you can't handle me at my worst, I can't handle me at best. Yeah, so... Moss Prower, yeah, it's that sentiment, but with a very... Yeah, Kuro's got it. Magikarp is considered one of the weakest, worst Pokemon. Drop Bear, it's snowing. Happy fall. Okay, so anyway. Odd Bone Mo. I gotta remember that. Okay. Get a fresh glove. So, yeah, it's a, you know, struggle bus kind of shirt. But that's okay. Some days you need the Pokemon reference to get through. Let's put this down. Oh. Wonder you don't get the reference. Actually, it's not just Pokemon Go, it's Pokemon... Gosh, I think Gyarados and Magikarp have been in since the original Pokemon stuff. I put this on the wrong hand. Dang it. I can fix this. Because, yeah, how old is Pokemon at this point? You were told old when the craze hit in the late 90s. Yeah, Pokemon has been around for a minute. And, I was also a little too old when it first became popular, but I'm just so into so many types of games that I've gone back. Yeah, Dave. A little late, but I got there. Glove is now in the correct hand. I'm a bit slow, but there we are. Yeah, 1996. Yeah. So yeah, I wasn't there at the beginning of the craze, really, but... I've gotten some of the more recent games. So I do play Pokemon Go, and by the way, on my Discord there is a dedicated Pokemon Go channel if anybody wants to share friend codes and do raids together and things. I got Let's Go Eevee. It was okay. I had some fun with that, and then I got Sword and Shield, and I was bored out of my head almost immediately. I did not love it. So, but there's a new Pokemon game coming up that's apparently sort of modeled after Breath of the Wild and Genshin Impact, which I'm gonna have to do because I really like it. Yeah, people absolutely still play Pokemon Go. They actually made a bunch of very, very savvy decisions about Pokemon Go during lockdown. And so they made updates that made it playable from isolation, basically, that made the game really, really fun. So no, Pokemon Go is absolutely still a thing. Motsbrower, you played every game. Okay, so you immediately got my shirt. Yeah, so for anybody who's interested in Pokemon Go, there is a dedicated channel on my Discord. I don't need to keep talking about it for people who don't care about it, but it's, I like the fact that it's Pokemon Walk. That works for me because I already am out doing things like iNaturalist and eBird and Merlin, so I'm literally out walking around looking for real animals, and then I can also look for fake ones, and it brings me a lot of joy. Yeah, Sword and Shield was disappointing. It was boring. Yeah, Mosspower, have you heard about the new one that's coming up? The name starts with an A, I don't remember what the word is. But it's basically an open world sim that I feel like is the Pokemon game I always wanted. Where you literally are just walking around in an open world and the critters are there. So you're not on the little dedicated paths, and I think the graphics are supposed to be really good. Okay. Yeah, the remakes. Well, yes. And Mossprower, I'm assuming you've talked to Alan about Pokemon. Because if you haven't, you're missing out. You need a game to replace PoE. It's been my only game since 2013. Yeah, and lately PoE has made some weird decisions, and a lot of people aren't happy with the most recent updates. I mean, there's a lot of stuff. It really depends on what kind of content you want. So if you want that Diablo top-down blah 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 fighter, I don't know of a good replacement for that. Oh, hey Pseudo. Hey Pseudo, what would you say would be a good game if someone was trying to get out of PoE? Pseudo9 also plays Path of Exile. Pokemon Snap does look great. Because again, I already do eBird and Merlin and iNaturalist. Why not do it with Pokemon? But I also do very much care about... Oh, I do not know Last Epoch. But yeah, Drop Bear, you and Pseudo9 should compare notes. Whatever you see Alan, you talk about. Okay, good. Oh, okay. Another deep game with high levels of customization. Because, yeah, I feel like most of PoE... I'm sorry, for anybody who's unaware, Path of Exile is PoE. So, sorry. Like, the whole point of Path of Exile is making the most perfectest of characters. Honestly, Drop Bear, you might like Genshin Impact. There's a lot of fiddly layers within layers, but I know a couple people actually who play Genshin Impact and have been PoE players, so if you want to try Genshin Impact, I have people who can get you like starter codes that'll get you freebie stuff. But Genshin Impact is famously a pay-to-win, so it's a freemium, but they've fallen onto the pay-to-win side, so just heads up. That's something that one of the PoE players I know who does play it really is angry about, is how much it is that. Okay, Pseudo9, you can back up Last Epoch. Yeah, I'm not a fan of play-to-win. That's why I'm putting that out there. Like, I like a lot about Genshin Impact, but the play-to-win is not a strength. Not a strength. So, I have been playing it without paying for anything, and I've been absolutely happy with it. But I'm not trying to power through it. And so if you're in that ultra customization, control, get all the dudes sort of thing, you kind of need to pay for it, I think. And I know people who have done it, so. Yeah, because Pseudo, you haven't actually streamed PoE in quite some time. I think just if I remember, the category was like saturated. Oh god, Darkest Dungeon, yeah. Darkest Dungeon is an absolute delight. Sounds like the tea. Let's see. I mean, Hades, do you get to do a lot of customization in Hades? That's the thing I couldn't remember. Because it's sort of a roguelike, it's sort of a Dungeon Delve roguelike, but it's different. I don't know. Did you get into Elite Dangerous? Back the Kickstarter way back when. Man. Yeah, no, you gotta keep... You honestly, Drop Bear, I just recommend following Pseudo9 if you have not already, because I feel like you have a lot in common with them in terms of game interests. And so Pseudo did play Elite Dangerous for a little bit, but actually preferred Star Wars Squadrons. But also did invest in the HOTAS, so... Or at least the stick. I guess not the throttle is... Well, there's a throttle on the stick. anyway, I'm getting into really nitty gritty. You should just follow them. You guys can carry on this conversation to that level because it's beyond the stuff that I usually play. Also, I heard the tea timer go off, so I am going to take a 15-20 minute tea break. And look at things in the distance and all that stuff. Yeah, Dave, Elite Dangerous has been out for a while. And I've heard mostly good things about it. But I've also heard that people like Squadrons better. So, alright, so Good Humans, I'm gonna go take a break, and like a significant eat food and drink tea break. I also recommend all y'all also get tea, look at things that are distant, and I might see you when I come back, but I'll be back in a little bit. So, take care. Oh, and then Dave, you'll be out of here. Okay, well, thanks a ton, Dave. Thanks for posting all the links and doing great moderator stuff. I appreciate you. Alright, I'll catch everybody in a little bit. Alright, I'm back. Anybody still hanging out? I've now successfully had tea and pudding, and I'm ready to finish this incredibly stinky project, because man, coming back in here after having tea and pudding, this smells terrible. Pip pip cheerio. Okay. That's what I've left. That's not bad. Okay. I'm down to the mouse skull. Hey, Drip Bear. Oh, I went over to hang out with Articulate for a bit. I love it. How's he doing? Yeah, I love having the multi-streams up so you can actually, you know, keep the windows closed and just see how people are doing. Jump around. Okay. Playing with his tiny bird skellies and bugs. Yep. Tiny bird skellies. Yeah, he's got the bugs. The bugs are so good. Oh, and Drop Bear, Suda and I were chatting about your game interests while we were having tea, and they are definitely interested in talking to you about games, because you might find Star Wars Squadrons particularly interesting if you're interested in Elite Dangerous, and just, yeah, the whole 9 yards. So, heads up, if you would like to nerd about games with somebody, Suda9 is there for you. Mossbearer, hey, still around to attempt some crayfish preservation. Woo! Okay, so how does one preserve a crayfish? Is that alcohol and formalin? Is that... I don't know. Clearing and staining? What are you doing with the crayfish? Actually, Moss Per Hour, I haven't been as active on the Discord as I've been meaning to be. Do you ever take pictures of your work? Do you have like an Instagram or anything that you can share? Yay! Yeah, Drop Bear, I think you'll appreciate Suda9's wisdom and experience on these things. Oh, it smells so bad. I need to be done with this. Stinkity. Stinkity mice. Stinkity rats. 10% formalin, 3 to 10 days, then 95. Okay, that's the sort of stuff that Clara's been doing too. And that's another one. I haven't been playing with formalin at all because I don't have what I feel is a safe enough space to do it in. Because if I'm playing with formalin on my balcony, I'd have to close all of my front windows and warn my downstairs neighbors. And, like, that just seems rude. I'd want a little bit more space before I was messing with stuff like that. But formalin preservation is sure neat. Actually, Moss Per Hour, I was thinking of trying to do some sort of, like, Beecher Lab specific get-together this summer, but since you're into the Ultraculture stuff overall, and of course you know the museum, I don't see any reason why I wouldn't heartily invite you to such an activity. I think you would have fun talking to all those nerds. Many of whom I'm sure you know. You have a Tumblr. Ooh, video photo account that's been on hiatus. Yeah, Moss Per Hour, whatever place you want to be able to share that stuff, but you definitely have an interested audience in whatever you choose to work on. And if you decide to go all the way and start a Twitch, let us know. And actually, Moss Per Hour, if I can just mine you for information about the museum, has there been any talk about putting the butterflies back into the Butterfly Haven? Like, are they planning on being open for Phase 5? Because I'd imagine that the museum would just pounce on you to help out with the lab again once that reopens. Have my lab resources before I get kicked out. Yeah. Okay, then yeah, moss per hour, I'd get that entirely. Yeah, no, Crow, like, there's so many people doing so many different cool things. And Moss per Hour and I know each other from the museum, but they were not in the lab. They were too busy dealing with living animals. Hey, Devil's Hand, how's it going? Yeah, Moss per Hour, whenever you got it, you know you've got an interested group of people. Quick stretch. Hey, how's it going? I'm dealing with stinky mouse heads. How are you? This is Stinky. There is a lot of brain left in this one, unfortunately. These little mouse heads are so much harder to clean than the bigger rats. Alan said hopefully this month. Nice. Yeah, and Moss Brower, I'm not that I'm at the museum, but thanks for helping the Living Collection team. I'm really glad that they were able to pull people from all around and get help with all that mess, so you are a hero. Because for anybody who is unaware of this, for an institution that has living animals, things didn't slow down just because everything shut down. You still have to feed all the animals. So, oh, dealing with stupid doctors. Well, yeah, in your job, I have to imagine that does come up occasionally. Sorry to hear it. Yeah, my friends in the biology department at the museum have been struggling to keep up with the load because the turtles don't care about the pandemic. They expect their food. You know. And the Butterfly Haven without butterflies in it is just weird. But there was no point in restocking it with butterflies, and so it's just a huge, beautiful greenhouse with some birds in it right now. That's weird. Yeah, don't worry, Moss per Hour, I'll keep you in the loop. Which I can do now because you're on the Discord, so yay! Finding the Discord! And actually, Moss per Hour, if there's anybody else who's asking about this sort of stuff or just wants to be connected, the Discord's public. You could absolutely share that link. You should be able to find information about how to share it when you're on the Discord. And so, museum people are welcome. It's not like a secret, you know. Yeah, one of the volunteers from Beecher actually tried to start a different Discord midsummer, and that one didn't take off as much, unfortunately, but I think mine, because it's tied to my Twitch here, there's just more activity. But maybe that one will bounce back, who knows. Oh my god, this mouse is so gross. Let go of your goo. Ah. Yeah, this one's gonna have to soak a bunch more. This is chunky. Ooh, I got a big goober out of there, though. I'll just rip that free. Gross. And again, beetles are the correct way to do this. Doing this by hand is garbage. But it's cheap and available. So there we are. Yeah, Moss per Hour, the fact that you still have access to that lab, man, abuse that. So our lab on the floor of the museum did not use formalin because we didn't have a hood, we didn't have any really decent ventilation, and we're on the floor of the museum, and so if you're blowing around toxic fumes and you've got groups of school kids around, it's just not a bad, or no, not a good situation to be supporting. So we did not do any of that sort of stuff. I had a nurse once come and argue with me that she could smell the formalin, and so she knew that we were preserving things in formalin, and I'm like, literally no, nothing here is in formalin, we don't have any, and for all of these reasons. She's like, no, I can smell it, and I'm like, I'm not gonna sit here and argue with a medical practitioner. But it was a weird moment. I was like, okay, well, you in? I guess we must secretly use formalin by. It was really strange, and what I'm assuming that she could smell was the alcohol, because we did use isopropyl alcohol, and dead stuff. And so I'm assuming there's just like an overarching like dead stuff smell. But it was really weird. I was like, okay, you in? Smells like formalin. You must be right. Some people like just, yeah, it was a really odd interaction, and I didn't know where to go, because you can only tell somebody that factually can't be the case for so long before, like, what do I have to gain by winning here, I guess. It's a really weird one. People would just come and pick fights at the desk sometimes. It was really odd. Like, there was somebody who came and was very, very angry that all of the animals on display at the museum had been killed via electrocution, and that was cruel. And I'm like, what? And I was really lucky in that moment because the director of the collection was there, and I'm like, Dawn, this person has questions about how these specimens were collected. Bye! And so I handed off to somebody with a much higher pay grade, and she dealt with that person. But it was like, what a weird path to walk down, where it's not just being mad about the dead animals, because a lot of people are. People have feelings and questions about the corpses of animals being on display at museums, and you know what? That's a conversation. That's worth talking about. That's a conversation to be had. Why on earth would you think they were all electrocuted? What a bizarrely specific... It was so weird, and she was really bent out of shape about it. It was like, okay, dude. I have nothing. Go talk to the director, because I don't know how to help you, and at this point we just need to get you off the floor of the museum, because you're just here to, like, pick fights. It was really odd. P.S. No, they don't electrocute the animals to put on display at museums. If anybody needs that to be said out loud, here it is. No. I can't even picture how one would do that. Like, little horrifying tiny electric chairs? Is that like a 1950s Frankenstein sort of? I don't know. What would that be? I mean, they do electrocute your bacon, so maybe that's what it was? Maybe she heard something about meat production, and I don't know. It's probably not worth actually wondering too much about. Luckily, the vast majority of people who came through actually wanted to, like, either talk about science or simply not talk to you. Which is fine, you know, like... I wasn't going to make people stop and have an intellectual conversation about preservation, but we were available if they wanted that. Okay, I think that's going to be all I can get off of that. Moths. They have electric fences at dams to try and control invasive aquatic species. Yeah, like there's instances where electricity is used for these sorts of things, I guess, but not like you walk into an institution that's been there since the 1850s and you're like, everything was electrocuted. No. It's just really weirdly specific. So, yeah. Why electrocution? You want to be mad about the dead critters? Let's talk about that. There are, like, true ethical considerations about displaying dead bodies. Fabulous. Which, by the way, we did have a dead human on display in that same area. We appreciated him. He was very useful for showing comparative anatomy. But, like, yeah, it was really weird. Felt a little bit bad throwing Dawn under the bus, but it's literally, you know, her pay grade. So... And she did, I talked to her afterward, and she was okay that I'd push that off. She's like, I don't know what you would have done, so sure. And it is nice when someone's complaining, if you give them somebody with an impressive title to talk to, at least they feel extra heard. So it's not just they're talking to you, but you're like, wow, you know what? You should talk to somebody with director in their title and tell them of your grievances. You know, I mean... Hopefully just make you feel better because you get to vent for a while and feel heard. Is that another piece? I don't think that there's enough on this mouse jaw for me to really salvage, but let's try a little bit more. So tiny. Yeah, this is another one that would have been so much better with beetles, because I've already definitely damaged this tiny little jaw. Because it's so delicate and so soft. Oh well. Ram's Reef. Electrocution shock. Fish would be very sensitive. Yeah, Ram's Reef, I think what it is more that the electrified fences, that they use to keep fish out, they're not actually harming the fish per se, but they can sense, you know, their lateral line can sense the power and they just don't go over there. Birds on power lines is another thing, but I haven't seen that often. Yeah, that's, or anything, squirrels, monkeys, there are critters that get electrocuted if they touch two power lines, but that's not the norm. Or that famous, what was it, a pine marten that cut down the world's largest hadron collider? That thing was toasted to a crisp. He was a pine marten. Some sort of weasel. Also, hey Ramsey, how's it going? You just looked up, if they touch the power lines and a ground. Yeah, he actually chewed the cables. Because, yeah, the electric fish fences are being used in the Great Lakes to try and keep out, like, Asian carp and stuff. But yeah, I don't think that actually harms them. They just don't like it, because they are very sensitive to electrical impulses. Let's see. On a WYE system, mind you, if it's delta transmission, it's not a big deal. See, Ramsey, this is why I'm glad you dropped on right now, because nobody else here in the chat is going to have the same level of knowledge about electrical anything than you. So, hey, welcome. This conversation came up because I was mentioning weird people that had talked to us at the museum, and one of them is this lady who was angry, not just convinced, but angry about the fact that every animal that was on display at the museum had been killed via electrocution and that that's cruel. And we're like, what? And she just was adamant. Like, no, literal, what? What a weirdly specific crazy pants thing to be going on about. What a... Yeah, it didn't make any freaking sense, and then now we got into all this. Yeah, it was weird. We didn't get too many totally wacky people at the museum, but you got them occasionally. And you're like, wow, you're totally wacky. But okay, we will try to deal with the fact that somewhere along the line you just decided that every animal on display at a museum was electrocuted. 4 reasons. Usually with animals versus power line, the side of it gets blown out. Yeah, like that's the thing. Electrocuting something usually causes damage. You have burns. You're causing chemical changes inside. Like even people, human beings who survive electrocution have burns, internal burns, right? Like you wouldn't do that for a specimen. Hi, Digital. No, I don't believe Maria Nidica is here. Is there anybody on the channel right now who speaks Spanish? Other than Digital Train. Because Digital Train is practicing English and it's nice to have a backup. Because my backup is Google Translate. The lower the frequency, the closer to the core of the conductor, the majority of the current goes. Yeah. No, Digital Train, you've been doing great. I am working on the lower jaw of a mouse. Party trivia. Bust it out, man. Ramsreef, you know we like talking weird science here. Bring it on. Well, I love when people overcomplicate things. Like the idea that all the specimens at a museum were killed via electrocution. Like, Pumpkin, they were shot. Why would you make it difficult? You know, like, it's the 1800s and 1900s. People went out there and shot them. It's not some sort of weird, like, torture thing. They just were collecting them. Like, and if you want to talk about the fact that that's a little disturbing, sure. You know, again, that's a conversation worth having. But the animals were not electrocuted. At least not specifically. Or intentionally, I suppose. It's so weird. Man, this lower jaw is in bad shape. I'm gonna be very glad to be done with this just because of how bad all this stuff smells. And as it dries, it's not really getting any better. Eventually it would dissipate, but not as yet. Oop. Oh, oops. Okay, I don't know if people can see this. Okay, so you see this bit sticking up here? That's the front tooth. I accidentally pulled it out the back of the jaw. If I push this back down, it goes into the correct spot in the front. That's weird. Speaking of lightning in humans, lightning scars. They're really cool to look at. Lightning scars on human beings, yes. So are lightning scars in sand or in dirt, where they find where the lightning struck the ground and it melted like the silicon in the sand or whatever, and you get weird structures underground that are preserved lightning. Those are cool. Okay, I'm gonna call that good enough. Okay. So, there's my tidied up bones. So they're not 100% clean, but they're better. And so now... Oh, this is so stinky. I'm gonna put fresh hydrogen peroxide on this. We'll go. Lichtenberg figure. Oh, okay, so Lichtenberg figures are the preserved lightning. See, again, Ram's Roof, I need you for this. I need your electrical-based wisdom. Now we're going to do small amounts of chemistry, so hydrogen peroxide. And so now I'll turn these the rest of the way white. Also, I posted a Raven for April for you in general. Ooh, I'm excited. Yep, it's whitening time. Yeah, and so I've removed a bunch of the extra tissue, so now it can hopefully get at all these places it hadn't been able to fully clean last time. So now these are going to soak for a much shorter amount of time. This is really overnight, and honestly, I could probably do an hour or two and they'll be done, but I'll do it probably overnight tonight. And then next time I go to clean these, I should be able to just get them totally white. So now I'm going to set this off to the side. Here. Let that bubble. And now I can take the time to repair this one. So this one's already been through the entire cleaning process. Okay. But I broke off that zygomatic arch, so you can see there's a little gap there. And I have it. There it is. So I'm going to put that back together. Let's see. Where's my... No. So this will either be very, very quick, or I will mess it up, and it will take forever. So this is where I'm at. Because all I want to do is put that tiny bit back. So hypothetically, very small amounts of glue on either end, hold it in place and let go, and it'll be perfect. Unless I do it wrong. So, we'll see. So this is just super glue. I don't need to be too fancy on this. And attaches where? So before I put super glue on anything, I have to figure out if I can A, hold it, and B, where it actually attaches. Okay, it does go that way. Ugh. Shoot. Nope, this is going poorly. Jeez, this is small. Okay, I can get that part in. Why is this one not going? Shoot! This is bad, you guys. Yeah, well, now you know that I don't do it, obviously. Ugh. Because the one channel is really obvious. I know that fits there. Why is this one not going? It goes underneath. Shoot! Okay, so here's my problem. This side fits beautifully. I can see exactly the channel that the bone fits into. Easy peasy, it goes right in. This back part, I'm having a hard time being able to tell what surface it's supposed to be sticking onto. Thought it was the inside. It looks like the inside. So this should just go... Yeah, I don't know why this is being a booger. Okay, so that's in there. Ah! Okay. I think partially what happened is that when this dried, it warped slightly. Because I can't get both ends to touch at the same time. That's annoying. So super glue actually might not work for this. I might need something that can bridge the gap. Ah. Yep. Okay, I need a different adhesive. I'm putting this back. That is annoying. I need a third hand to spray the accelerator, right? Oh. No, I basically... I haven't gotten the soldering helping hands yet, although I know that is something that Articulate Reptile uses. So I was pricing those. I haven't gotten one yet. One moment. Ah, there we go. Okay, so different adhesive, V72. I don't want to do this. So I think with this, I will put a drop on the part that I know I can get it to line up. And then the trouble part I will do second. Might as well go for the win, right? Okay, so that nestled right on in there. Yeah, this is warped. Boogers. No wonder this is not lining up. Okay, let me put a little bit on here and see if I can just hold it until it sets. Sorry, camera. Most rude. Just look up some nice magnetic ones now. Ooh. Mine are from the 90s. So wait in 2 clips. They look like Doc Ock now? That's funny. Yeah, I saw some pretty neat ones. But I was watching Articulate Reptiles channel and I was like, what is that glorious thing you have? And he's all like, but it's just a soldering thing. I'm like, oh my god! Game freaking changer. Okay. Hey, Bluesy. Well, at the moment, I am victorious because this was absolutely blowing my mind, and I think I just got it settled. So I just put this arch back on. Now I've got a bunch of glue sticking off, but at least it's attached at all. And I can hopefully gently clean the glue off. Okay, the other side just came a little bit loose. I'm a thug. Okay, I'm gonna just hold this in place for a few minutes while this dries. $25 for 4 hands, and one's for $40 a sister soap. Ooh. Yeah, Bluesy, we're talking about when you need a third hand. Because trying to get this back on here was absolutely obnoxious because it kept falling on the ground. And so I've got it on now, but, you know, hypothetically the soldering arm might have helped. And I could feel the other arches loose, and so after I get this one to kind of set, I am going to go and glue the other side just so I don't have to do this again. So I'd rather consolidate before I have to repair. You know. Hey, Syndrome. Okay, after the glue sets, I will do the desk workout. So if it looks like I forgot, please remind me. But I want to get this set. Because once I get these repaired, I can actually, you know, start blinging this skull out. So I have another rat skull that I've completely painted black that I'm going to bling out all gothy-like. This one I think I'm going to use just clear rhinestones on. Should be fun. Okay, yeah, this one displaced a little bit. Let's just put... Boop. Hold that. Is there Harbor Freight close to you? I don't know. It seems like something that Illinois would have, but I've never looked. Okay, let's set this one too. Alright, so just... Yeah, see, this one just went back because it was just slightly displaced instead of being breaky broken. Oh, nuts. Okay, I'm gonna add a tiny little bit of glue to this. This is being stupid. Have you ever tried growing crystals on skulls? Ooh. No, I think I've seen that. I think I've seen other people do it. And I, of course, was just talking about that crystal growing kit. Oh, man. There's a fun one. They have a third hand, one of the soldering thingies, for $5.99. Oh, nice. Yeah, they're absolutely obtainable. I just haven't... I have not bothered to attempt to obtain a bit. Okay. So those are fixed, and I should just not touch them for a few minutes and just not screw that up. because the one that I already painted is there. And actually, this one has the lower jaw. Put the upper jaw. Because I can actually, while I'm doing all of this anyway, I might as well put the jaw back on. I have it in here. Yeah. Yeah, so these are, for anybody who hasn't seen them, those are some examples of my blinged out skulls. Where's my good one? Those two were kind of experiments with doing a black background. This is my nice one. So this is the one that's just white. So, woo! Bluesy, I'm in Chicago. So, Chicago, Illinois. But yeah. So I'm gonna do this rat skull in this style, where it's just the clear gems, and then this black skull I'm gonna do in the dark colored ones with probably some highlights, because that is fun. That's a weird reaction. So actually, while I've got these out, might as well put that lower jaw back on. Oh, there's one on Fullerton. Nice. Yeah, the soldering arms aren't a question of if I can obtain them or not. It hasn't been a priority. But that's good to know that there's one that close. Okay. But yeah, no, moths per hour, I've been, so again, trying to be independently solvent. One of the things I've been looking at is stuff I can potentially, you know, sell on Etsy. Kind of classic sort of setup there. And rodent skulls that have been blinged out would be something I could legally sell. And I think there's enough crazy goth people out there, such as myself, who would buy something like that. So... let's see if that actually sets. Get the lower jaw on there. Yeah, because I'm trying to figure out all the different things I can do to be, you know, independent at this point. Teach taxidermy classes, do taxidermy for individual locations, whether it's demos or they just want something out of their freezer to use for education work or whatever. You know, so I could do that sort of mess. But then I was also looking at what retail preservation, I guess. And so blinging out rodent skulls is a good retail option. And then also I've been rediscovering that I just like sculpture. Because sculpture has a lot to do with taxidermy. So usually when I would do things like that, it was just in relation to taxidermy forms. But, like, is it in here? I think it's in here. No, Bluesy, I still haven't finished the licensing. I got distracted by a bunch of stuff. But I've also been making figurines. So this is a little enemy called a slime from Genshin Impact. So trying these out, because this is another thing I could potentially... It has nothing to do with taxidermy directly, but it's at least sculptural practice. So, you know, kind of new stuff. But yeah, Bluesy, I have been chatting a bunch with the Illinois Department of Natural Resources. Oh, thank you. And the lady I was talking to, I think she didn't understand what I was going for. 'Cause she's like, no, you can't legally do the thing you want. And I was like, I can, because I know people who do it. And I just have to, I think at this point I actually have to, like, contact the federal government and be like, hello, U.S. Department of Fish and Wildlife. Here's what I'm trying to do. Can I have the licensing for it, please? Because the misunderstanding with the person I was talking to I think, was that she thought I wanted to, like, go out, pick up birds of prey, let's say, bring them back to my shop, work on them, and then sell them, and it's not what I'm trying to do. I know better. That's completely illegal. What I would want to do is be able to work on, let's say, birds of prey for a scientific institution or educational institution in my shop. So they have a specimen, they give it to me, I work on it, and I return it to them. That's what I'm looking for. And it's one of those things where she's had a lot on her plate, and the conversation's been slow anyway, and then I was like, I don't think I'm going to take the time to go back and try to clarify this again. This is a person who is busy, it's not their main job, and they're doing something else. I might as well just go talk to the feds. So, yeah, that kind of stalled out my, my pursuit of licensing, and I just have to get back on the horse on that one. So, and you know what? People are busy. I'm not mad at her, I just gotta do the work myself. So, anyway. Oh, those are two pretty differently sized rats. This one is significantly bigger. That's okay. They're pretty cute, though. Yeah, so this one, I'm not going to try anything with this yet. I just have to let it set. But this one I could actually start blinging out pretty much any time. Yeah, no, I gotta get back on it. The black one's cool, right? And the, I'd have to dig out my rhinestones. But I do have an interesting variety of rhinestones, including some... one of my viewers, who hasn't been on in a while, I kind of miss her, sent me Swarovski crystals, little packets of Swarovski crystals, so I can actually add some, like, really, really fancy bling to these, which I am absolutely going to do. Because if someone gives you cool Swarovski crystals, you don't just keep them on the side, you use that stuff. So, I might do that tomorrow. I forget what I put on my Discord that I was going to work on tomorrow, but I gotta get through and actually get back to blinging. I gotta get back to blinging. But now I've got 2 skulls just ready to go, and then those other ones are soaking, so tomorrow I'll get those out, maybe do the last little bit of cleanup on them, but then once they're dry, that gives me 2 more rat skulls and a mouse skull. And then with these, I was actually talking to my my lab manager at the Field Museum, and she was recommending that if I wanted to do these, but wanted them to be strong enough to be, like, jewelry or handleable, I just fill the inside with B72. So I can actually take the adhesive that I've been using and pour it, like, into the brain case and just roll it around, and it'll create a strengthening inner layer, basically. So, alright, Ramsreef, thank you for the lurk. I'll catch you later. This one I'm never going to sell. It's my first one. You can see it's got a crushed zygomatic arch on one side. This is mine. But I want to be able... This was good to practice on, and the other 2 I don't love, but they're okay. And so these are going to be like the real deal. These I'm actually going to try and make into something that I would give to somebody else. And assuming that this one comes out well, this one's actually going to a friend of mine from high school who asked for it for Christmas to be able to, like, give to a friend, and it did not happen. But this one is going to her. And then this one I don't have a plan for yet, but hypothetically, maybe I can start selling them. And that would be nice to have just another thing, you know, to go on top of all my other ideas for trying to generate revenue. Hey, coffee tables. Because always be hustling, yes. Okay, so those are drying. Let me check my Discord. What else was I going to do today? Because here we are at 4:45. Man, Ramsreef just posted a bunch of stuff on the general chat, and it's great. Okay. What did I actually say I was going to do for my projects this week? Oh yeah, thaw and salt my skins. Oh my gosh, we should totally do that. See, thank you, me of the past, for writing this down. For anybody who's unaware, on my Discord, I actually do try, I don't always succeed, but I try to post what projects I'm working on that week, and so people have an idea of what to expect my stuff to be, but I forget. But yeah, I gotta salt some skins. Okay, so let me put these 2... I don't want to put them in here. So part of my struggle is having things out in a way that my cats can't ruin. I think I've got a good spot. Let me tell you, cats, man, they ruin things. Actually, that's not totally... Well... This off to the side. Probably gonna use that. This goes off the side. That goes off the side. Okay. So, do I have a rattlesnake tail? I do not. Interestingly, I have a rattlesnake's head that I got as a pin, like, 25 years ago. But... Cat, this is your stuff? Fuck your stuff. Yeah, absolutely. That's how the kitty cats do. Okay. So, at the moment, this is my salting chamber. This once contained beans, baked beans. So, they're real good, whatever. But I liked the little jar, and it's a amber glass, so it's kind of nice to keep it a little darker. Probably, I might need more salt just for this. So on Saturday, I salted this. This is a mouse's skin. I made a tiny little mouse pelt. I think I need to leave the lid a little more ajar than I had it. It's still flexy. I don't want it to be flexy. I want it to be crispy. But this is my tiny, tiny little salting jar. So I will upgrade at some point. Thought you made jerky. I mean, similar principle, right? This is just less delicious. And so the other stuff I have that I do hypothetically salt, I can find it in my refrigerator. That's pigeon. That's... What is this? Oh, that's the smushed squirrel. This is the smushed squirrel that I want to work on Saturday. Let's see if I can do that. Where are you? Ah, nuts. Well, me and my infinite wisdom in the past, I have a rat skin in here, but it's currently frozen to its own body, so let's see if I can get that. What's in here? Bones. Oh, I know what. Aha! Squirrel tail. Good. Okay, so I think that's it. I think you're right. And the other thing I could do is I have a rat that I mounted and did kind of a bad job. I could always unmount that rat, and then salt the skin and use that for practice here too. So, the jar looks like an urn for ashes. It's not though. The jar is from beans, New England's finest B&M beans. Yeah, this is just table salt. I have road salt. I was thinking of using a little bit of just like rock salt if I was doing something bigger, but I wanted the finer grain for this stuff. Exotic sea salt. Oh, it's the finest Himalayan pink salt. Put it on your fries. Oh no, stop everything and look at baby animals. Baby otter. With a booty icon. Let's do it. We're looking at baby animals. Oh, coffee tables. You use borax for this? I understand that you can. I think that one is a personal preference thing, and so far I'm just trying this route. But I have heard of both. Do you like the borax? Did it come out? Oh, knots per hour. Thank you. See, this is why I ask you people to remind me of things. Okay, so first up, baby animals. So, baby otter. Oh my god, baby otters. Wow. And actually, It cleaned up a bit easier. Oh, that's good to know, because the cleaning is a big part of it. Actually, Devil's Hand, river otters or ocean otters? Do you have a preference? Because they're all real cute. But they are different. These little footies. Dealer's choice. Ah, we'll just stick with Google then. Oh my god, they're so cute. That's not a baby. It might be young. Oh, here we go. Look at their little dumb faces. This guy has found the cutest baby otter ever. Okay. I accept. I accept your donation of the world's cutest otter. Oh my god, look at this one. And then, of course, they sleep on their mommies if they're ocean-going otters. All of this is good. Alright. Then, tell you what. Let me take a second and get this soaking so I can try to get that rat skin thawed enough that I can then get it into my salt. So, I'm gonna AFK for a second, but when I come back, desk exercises. So we'll do thawing and then desk exercises. Oh god, okay, I have to stop everything and look at a baby platypus. But then. Oh man, the first ones are fake? Oh, they're talking about the fact that they're fake. Those are real. Look at those puggles. Oh, that's an echidna, but anyway. They're so smooshy. Like, look at their little smooshy faces and their little smooshy hands. This one is also fake. Why are there fake ones? I don't want to see fake ones. I want to see real ones. There we go. Those are real. You're going to go do stuff yourself. I don't know what your reference is, but good luck with that. Oh my god, they're so smooshy. This one's also fake. What the actual heck, people? Not enough people know what actual baby platypuses look like. Alright. So I will be back. Oh, eat and sleep. Those are important. I support your efforts to eat and sleep. Alright, so good humans, I will be back in a minute, and when we get back, it'll be desk exercises. So, one moment. Okay, so I didn't have great luck with getting the rat thawed out at all. I tried running it under, like, I have to do cool water, because if you do hot water, you start the decomposition process, and it's not moving. So now it's in a bin of water right over there, and I might or might not get to that today. We'll just have to frickin' see. Okay. And you guys are having a great conversation about venomous mammals. Yay. And the fact that they fluoresce green. I do remember reading about that. We took this platypus to a rave. Thank you for keeping the interesting science conversation going while I was not succeeding at everything I wanted, but, you know, it's fine. Okay. This is not really treated, so I will wear gloves again for this. So, this is a squirrel's tail. The rest of the squirrel didn't really turn out. This was another smushed squirrel that, I skinned the whole thing just for more practice, but I didn't keep the skin because it was in pretty bad shape. But I did keep the tail, because the tail was in nice shape, and something that I have since learned, since prepping this like a million years ago, like 4 months ago, was that most people, when they're tanning or taxidermying long mammal tails, they actually slice through the entire tail, whereas I've always done the degloving, so it's like a long tube of tail, because I thought that I'd have less sewing to do and it would look better. But the thought is, if you slice the whole thing, then you can get the salt and the other preservatives and the tanning solution into the skin all the way down to the tip, which is hard to do if it's a complete tube. So that means that I have to effectively unzip this tail. So that's the side. I'm going to slice this tail open and then put it in my salt. Yeah, so I got all the bones are out of it. You know, I already did that part. And I want to slice it along the bottom. And of course try not to actually cause too much damage while I'm doing this. Actually, maybe just a knife would be better. I'm gonna get my big skinny knife. I have too much crap in my workshop. What do you mean the tail's dead? I mean, it is, but... Okay, so this is my basic, cheapy skinning knife, but this way I should be able to cut it open without damaging any fur. But let me get myself a little starter note paper. Maybe? It's really... this dried out a lot. Oh, what more damage can you do? Absolutely. Wonder if similar to tarsal spur, what's a common trait? What, being venomous or being fluorescent? Is it a Mora knife? I do not know what a Mora knife is. Oh, I guess I do. So, yes. There it is. It's apparently a Mora knife. Made in Sweden. There's squirrel bits falling out of this. So you can see the nice, clean skin on the inside. Oh, glowing under black light. Yeah, maybe. Oh, that went through the other side. I made a hole. That's okay. It's repairable. Wow, yeah, this really dried out. Maybe I do have to use my skizzers. Wow, yeah, this is really dried out. Yeah, I went for cheap. So I hadn't ever bought a dedicated skinning knife before, so I just went for cheap because I figured I would get a cheap knife and then I would form opinions. So, yeah, that's what I start off with. Can imagine that would be hard to know and rarely checked, right? Well, Blizzy, I made too many holes in it. You do want to, like, control the amount of damage you're doing. Okay, so I just was going too fast before, I think. Oh yeah, you can see that there was basically just a freezer burn section here. Meant drying out. Oh, you mean the... okay, I think I'm following you, Lucy. Sorry, I'm off in a different direction. I mean, taxidermy is moving skin off of other things, but hypothetically you want it to dry it in the shape that you want, not just arbitrarily drying it. Arbitrarily drying it just as jerky. Or mummification, I suppose. Oh, I went through the other side again. Yeah, this is real dry. Luckily, these little holes that I keep accidentally punching through and being sad about, it doesn't matter. Like, the squirrel fur is so long no one will ever see them. Goes out in the field, does some walking, gets back, refreshes Glorgana tab, ripping open a squirrel's ass. It's good to be back. Hey, Ramsreef, good to have you back. And I will have you know that this squirrel's ass is long ago disposed of. It's just a tail. I did not keep its booty. Good to know about degloving versus unzipping. Yeah, so the degloving is what I do in, like, my taxidermy classes with rats because it's so much fun. But apparently for preservation it's not as good. But that's what we always did in the lab because it was fast and we weren't tanning things, we were just drying them out, so it didn't really matter. But yeah, different techniques. You like jerky? There is no rodent anus. There is no rodent anus. The rodent anus is gone. It's a tail. The anus is gone. I threw the anus away. Clippable clips on my channel. I threw the anus away. Y'all are incorrigible. It's a little sticky down here. I must have gotten blood or something on there. I am currently unzipping a tail. Obviously. Want to take Organa hunting with me? Yeah. Shoot and field dress. Honestly, the thing that the day will come. The day will come when I do find, like, a really fresh roadkill deer that someone leaves behind that I'll just be able to field dress right there and take home. It has not happened yet, but the day will come. There are rodent ani. Is ani the plural of anus? I've never had to refer to multiple buttholes before, so I don't know the plural of anus. Woman, I thought it was some anatomical revelation. Oh my god. Oh, the things we learn on this channel. Am I still on the correct side, or did this flip over? Yeah, can't really tell. So I'm currently, I degloved this tail, so I just pulled it off of the full tail as like a tube of tail. And so now what I'm doing is I'm going along and I'm slicing the whole thing open so that I can properly salt it and tan it in a new way that I've recently learned about. So previously I've never done this. I always just degloved the tail and let it dry. But, hey Siri, do rodents have ani? And the answer is, if ani is the plural of anus, then yes, they do. I have dealt with those. But this squirrel's anus is gone. Goes with either. I love you people. Hope you're prepared when you find a dead deer. Right, me too. Actually, I used to carry this in my car, and then I realized that was a little bit problematic, so now it comes in and out of me if I'm really intentional. The cooler in my car is not big enough for an entire deer, but I would find a way, you know? Because in the state of Illinois, if the person who killed the deer with their car doesn't claim it, anybody else can have the body. And so you can legally pick up a road-killed deer as long as the person who originally struck it with their car had the option of grabbing it first. And you'd tell the highway patrol. You've got 3 knives in yours? Yeah. I don't want to lose track, and honestly, this is the only decently sized knife I have, so if I had more knives, I'd probably have a car knife. But part of that's just not... I haven't taken the time to figure out preferences on skinning knives, so I bought this one because it was real cheap, it came with a sheath, and I loved the fact I could get it in any color I wanted. I will be absolutely honest, that was part of my, my decision-making process. But there's so many different types that I actually got, like, decision paralysis. I'm like, oh my god, there's so many knives, and everybody has opinions about which skinning knives to use. I figured I'd start simple and get weird when I knew more about what I wanted. Plural form of anus is actually anuses, but it can also be ani. Ram's Reef, it's not, I don't think it's actually that problematic to have in my car. It's more that I don't want to forget I have it in case there's a problematic moment. You know, for example, my nephew was crawling around, my 2.5-year-old nephew was crawling around in my trunk, on, Sunday, and I want to know if I have knives back there. You know, so as it was, there was like a pencil and some gloves that I guess I could consider dirty, and the cooler itself. And so he needed to be supervised, but I would want to know if I had a knife back there that I would have to remove before my nephew went, squirreling around in the back of my car. So I think it's just a good idea to know, to always remember where your stuff is. It's like having a locked gun cabinet. You know, you just have to do the work. And so if I just leave it somewhere and I'm not thinking about it, not that I see my nephew that often, but I want to be aware of where my stuff is. So, yeah, I don't think there's any, like, laws or anything about it. I suppose I should check that. But, yeah, if you don't raise them, yeah, not mine. Kill long sleeve in Cali, which is why I carry trash bags and neoprene gloves in my glove box. Brilliant. My kids, I have them handle the things. Quote my son, Dad, I touched your knife and now my finger is red. Well, don't touch the knife again. Yeah. Yeah, when it's someone else's offspring, it's a whole different ball of rules. Although I did, when I went to visit this weekend, I did take my nephew his very first knife. So again, kiddo is 2.5, and it's his personally, so it is a plastic lettuce knife that I used a Dremel to write his name on. And he got to use it to cut up his own watermelon. He was very happy. More fencing tools. Knives are in a sheet on my passenger seat. Tied around it. Bluesy, that's weird. Havalon knives. Ooh. Ram's Reef, since I know you were just on the Discord, would you mind dropping either just that term or if there's an actual link to where I could get those? That would be really, really useful. And I would say specifically don't leave it on the general channel. That would be a great thing to put, like, on the Taxidermy channel. Because, yeah, I need to upgrade. I'm happy with this. It does the thing. Like, I obviously just unzipped this and it was fine. But it's pretty small. And I only have one. So it'd be nice to get more. Lazuski. I was thinking about to send my ferret pet when he or she passes away to send it to some taxidermy specialists to get my skeleton rearticulation. Now, because of you, I'm starting to think that I could do it myself. You could. Cleaning the bones is hard, though. So you would have, especially for something as fine as a ferret, you would definitely need beetles for that. And so that could be one where either you find somebody who has the beetles and they clean the bones for you, they send the bones back, you articulate it. People will do that. Or you just get the whole shebang done, or you acquire beetles. And then you're ready to go, and maybe taxidermy, or articulate some squirrels or something as a practice before you get to your own ferret. So, sure, yeah, you could totally do it yourself. Okay. So, I've unzipped this whole tail, and I made a few mistakes. You know, so here's a hole here, there's a hole here, there's a hole here, but it doesn't matter, no one's ever going to see those. And all of these white marks are freezer burn. So this is an area where the skin is already really desiccated from just being in the freezer, but I don't think that's going to harm anything. You have Bass Pro. Yes! Yeah, there's Bass Pro and Cabela's all over here. Yeah, no, Bass Pro is everywhere. Are you kidding me? Yeah. Yeah, I can get to a Bass Pro or a Cabela's very easily. Alright. No. Okay. Dropped in the G-chat. Thank you. Bluesy, found a red anthill, drop the bones in it, wait a month. That's the thing. Actually, Bluesy, I would recommend against that for something as small as a ferret. especially if you wanted to do the full articulation. That might be tough. Because you don't want to lose any of the fine pieces. So if you have some sort of mesh that the ants can get out of, but then the bones can't fall out of, that might work. But yeah, that's part of the problem, especially if it's outdoors too. You have to be more concerned about predators. So the red anthill thing, I think, works for very large things. You can leave, deer, all the big deer bones, you can leave them on an anthill. Nothing's going to really particularly take them away, and you can put like a chicken wire cage over it and it'd be fine. But something as minute as a ferret, I don't think that method's going to work as well. I could be wrong. I have been wrong before, but that's kind of my thought there. Okay. So, salt in my tail. Yeah, you could bury it, but same thing though, you have to have some sort of fine mesh package it's basically in the hill. Now we're getting to levels of detail that I don't know. So, I'd say if someone has more experience with using anthills to clean bones, they should jump in at this point. But I'm just thinking, if you're articulating a pet, you really want to be careful. Just a regular sieve like the pan ones? Okay, there you go. Alright, so now my tail is in there. And you can see that my salt is already a little clumpy from the mouse fur, the mouse skin that I put in there, and I think the fact that it's been a little humid. So I might have to top this off with a little bit more, but I want to see if I can get another skin in here. Smells a little bit funny. Cursed snacks. Mr. Frightful, I'm not entirely sure what you're referencing, but I'm amused no matter what. Yeah, so Lizuski, whatever you choose to do. I have a friend who used to have ferrets, and she... Meow! At the time, she worked for Animal Care Control, and so she knew the people who do the cremation services, and so she would have her ferrets cremated, but not ground up. So she has the little cremains in a big vessel of all of her ferrets. And so, like, she's like, here's a little scapula. It's a little weird. Salty tails are a delicacy. Yeah. Alright, is this softened at all? No. Okay, so I'm not going to be able to get to my rat on stream. That'll just thaw whenever it thaws, and then I will get that into some salt. But I'm happy to have this. So these are starting. I might want to take my bean lid and maybe cut the center of it and put some sort of mesh on that, because this is too wet. I want there to be some sort of air circulation to dry, but I also want to make sure my cats don't get into it, or if it falls over, I don't lose everything. Do I have any mesh? I probably have, like, muslin. Like... because there's also the old, like, punch holes in it, but I don't really want a rough edge if I can help it, because I'm going to snag something on it. I'll look around. Because what I really need is just, like, a little bit of, like, even window screening. Because then I can cut out this center portion, put a little bit of window screening on here, and that'll probably be fine enough to even keep the salt in place. But keep bugs out and keep the air flowing. So, okay. I'll have to play with that a little bit. Alright, so 2 out of 3 things are in the salt. And the other one is just so dang frozen. Like, here, I can show you guys my attempt with this. So... the skin is starting to soften, like I can move that tail a little bit. Well, I don't know, can I peel that dude off? Alright, let's give it a shot. Let's see if I can peel this loose. This is my colossal rat that I skinned a couple weeks ago. No. No, not yet. Oh well. Sous vide. Effectively, yeah. Effectively, it's taxidermy sous vide. So this is just gonna have to wait. That might be another hour before that's actually soft enough for me to interact with, so we're not gonna do that right now. Because I can't heat it up too fast. If I run it under warm water, it'll come right off, but it's more likely to loosen the fur, and I'm gonna screw up tanning it, so I don't want to do that. I'd rather, you know, go with the slow and steady wins the day. So, oh well. Oh, so I don't think there was anything else that's ready to go. What are you guys doing? These already look pretty good, actually. I got a ton off. So that was clean hydrogen peroxide when I started. It's not even bubbling anymore. Is this actually done reacting? Hey, Jokson, how's it going? Yeah, these are looking way better. That looks okay. Alright. Yeah, those are looking way better, so. Alright. Jokson, thank you for the raid. Thanks for bringing your people over. For anybody who has never been over to Jokson stream, they do microscopy. I guess microscopy? The act of looking at stuff under the microscope, which is cool. Take that as you will. Usually with some really nice lo-fi. Yeah, I actually might pick at these a little bit more. Now that I've got salt on everything. Yeah. Now I've just got knives hanging out. Things are weird, but yeah. Okay, so let's. I'm gonna clean a little bit more then. I actually wasn't planning on being able to do more, but I think I can. I'm gonna get a clean tray though, because my other one is a bit funko at this point. Is this the right hand? Yeah, this is the correct hand. I love having these trays. This is one of my better recent alleyway finds. These have been really choice. I don't know what that is or was, but gross. Okay. So yeah, let's see if I can get one or more of these things totally done. And it still smells bad, but it's nowhere near as bad as it had been. Because, man, that was bad. It was all of the bad. Okay, let's do a jawbone, because I bet I can get that taken care of. Darwo25. Thank you very much for the follow. Alright, so here's my little rat jaw. And it is little, by the way. Like, sometimes I'll just use little for no particular reason. This is a small friggin' rat. Oh, this looks so much better than it did. It was, what was that, under an hour, I think? Or maybe around an hour that it was soaking, and it looks so good already. Let me get this. So, for anybody recently tuning in, so this is the second round of soaking with these bones. The first time around, I wasn't very good about watching them because I went out of town this weekend, so I didn't stir them, I didn't refresh the hydrogen peroxide, stuff like that, so they were well on their way to being cleaned, but there was some shmoo. And honestly, I often have to clean rodent heads twice when I'm doing the hydrogen peroxide clean. And so I spent most of my stream detailing these and then put them back in the hydrogen peroxide so that it could loosen up everything that I had just then exposed through all the cleaning, and it looks real good. And I might actually be able to just be done with these. Should be great, because if I could actually get these to dry overnight, then I might be able to do stuff with them as early as tomorrow. Because the rat skulls dry super fast. Bone is porous, and especially after sitting in hydrogen peroxide, it really eats through a lot of that stuff and opens up everything a little bit more. So... that looks real good. Yeah, no, shoot, these will be done. I'm glad I went back and checked that. So I was probably going to check after dinner, but I'd rather just be done. Okay, so it looks like I've got almost the last of the gums free. I try not to clean around the teeth too much, because you can make them fall out. But I also want the teeth to be really visible. So, pros and cons. You know, over-prepping is absolutely a thing. So, if I over-prep, the teeth fall out, which means I just glue them back in. You know, so it's fine. And depending on the type of degreasing or whatever you do, you're gonna always have to glue the teeth back in, so it's not actually that big a deal. But if I can be lazy and avoid it, I would rather be lazy and avoid it. Okay. I can hear my cats demanding dinner. They've never been fed before, of course. That's what they want everybody to know. I definitely did not get breakfast this morning. I am so hungry. Need. Okay. And then similarly, I could clean this joint between the two lower mandibles so much that the two pieces come apart, but if I can manage to not, that's better. So, it's possible and sometimes advantageous to get absolutely every bit of tissue out, but there's times when I don't worry about that. And so these, you know, the little bit of thoroughly treated tissue that I leave behind that actually acts as like a glue helps me so much. I don't necessarily benefit from getting everything out. There's a good bed though. Okay, got that off. More or less. Also, I'm wearing a glove here mostly because kind of smells funky, but at this point there's nothing alive on this that would make me particularly ill. So the glove is more for my own, you know, personal preference as opposed to any sort of real safety issue. People often ask about, you know, what diseases you would get, and at this point, nothing. This thoroughly killed off whatever was living on this. Yay, Pipe! Skulls are going actually remarkably well today. I wasn't sure if I would get this far, but like, I'm about to be done with this lower jaw, and I'm very happy about that. Oh, just this little filaments left. If I can just get these. Oh, there's a little bit left. And if I have to glue the jaw back together, I can. I do that a lot, actually, but... Let's see. You know what? I'm going to call that good enough. Alright, so... There's one clean jaw. So, one is finished. Let's do the other jaw, because I bet it'll be another fairly fast win. And then we'll deal with the skull. So delicate. Oh. I can't believe how much garbage is left behind in that second round of rinse. That's really gross. I mean, doing exactly what it's supposed to, but still vaguely surprising. Wow, in completely different news, I just got hit by how hungry I am. So, dinner will be not too far from now. I really want to get these a little farther if I can. Actually had an incredibly small lunch today. I was uninspired, so I just threw together like a really basic green salad, which was nice, but not super filling. But my farmer's market boxes have started up again, so I got a delivery last Thursday of like fresh lettuce and fresh cucumbers and things like that. So, you know, the answer was salad. I'm just hoping that we get into strawberries pretty soon. Oh, there's a big old bunch. Oh, that looks so much better. Okay. Yeah, okay, apparently I'm gonna have to be done pretty soon since my hand keeps kind of freaking out on me here too. Soon. I don't want to be done yet. I want these to be perfect. Oh wow. Can you guys hear Rumi saying awa and awu? After dinner, he likes to sing the song of his people. So. Which apparently involves awa and awu. Yeah, I was talking about you. So basically all I'm really trying to do here as I roll through is just lift stuff up with my probe and then grab it with my tweezers. I don't know, yeah, you can kind of see there's little nippers on the end of these particular tweezers. Not all of my tweezers have that, but these are specifically to be able to grab tissue. And they're super great at what they do. Might be enough. I have gotten this about as clean as it's gonna go. I think I got all those. Yeah, the center of the jaw on this one is not as gross as the other one. Okay, yep. So we're gonna call that a second jaw being done. Let's do that friend. So this guy is not too bad. Like, most of the color is gone, it's just fuzzy. It's still got layers of meh on it, but that's not too bad. There's a big bunch of gross. Okay, there's a suture line along here that's starting to come apart, so I have to not pull on the muzzle too hard. But I do need to get this out. So here's hoping I don't pull the maxilla apart. Yeah, it's so white, it almost looks like plastic. And this is what I was working on earlier today, and it was not this white. So the process works, and that's nice. But it does not smell like plastic, let me tell you. But happily, it also does not smell anywhere near as bad as it did earlier today. Oh, there's a big old blech. Yeah. Okay, I got that mostly. Ooh, dinner calls. I'm close. Call it 15, 20 more minutes. If that would work. Because I did hear that you got the kitties taken care of. Man, there's just squirrel hair on everything. Hashtag things said in my workshop. Okay, cool. So much moo on the bottom of this skull. I might actually soak this one again. If I can get this loosened up, because the top looks good. There's some trailers of stuff here, but the top of the skull looks good, but the bottom where, you know, all the chewing muscles and whatever attach is just chunky. You can tell I'm also getting to the end of my stream because I'm talking less. Obviously, I'm hungry. I don't even know what I'm going to make for dinner. Oh, whatever. Yeah, I might not finish this because my hand keeps going to sleep. And I really should go eat dinner because I'm getting foggy. Nuts. I was hoping to get a little farther along on these, but might not be meant to be. But hey, the jaws are done. So those are looking good. I'm happy with that. But I actually did think I was gonna 100% these in a day. As of course, lovely as that would be. Okay. Oh. I meant to say nitrile, not neoprene. I thought that was wrong, but I was pretty sure I knew what you meant. These are, in fact, nitrile gloves that I am wearing. Ooh. Yeah, dear friends, I think I gotta bail. Anyway, this was a couple good hours of working on this stuff. I might just pop back on sometime late tonight and finish these, because they're absolutely close. But I think for right now I need to take a break and go eat and do meat bag things. Meat bag maintenance, you know. Yeah, nope, I gotta call it. I can tell I'm too foggy. But, you know, those two jaws are done. Those are just finished. Heck, this one's already mostly dry. And there might be, like, you can see some kind of, let me move this down a little bit, some kind of rough corners, but I can do that. Use compressed air to finish cleaning your rat skulls. Yeah, I don't know, man. I think that might be that's killing a fly with a sledgehammer, or cleaning a rat skull with an air compressor. Oh, yeah. No, we're pausing. We're stopping. It is time. Okay. So let's find somebody to raid, and I will go and bop off and try to feed my meat bag. Well, Freckle Science is on and doing electrical engineering, and that kind of ties in with some of the stuff we've been talking about. It's pretty funny. Sharon is on. Man, there's some good ones. Moose is on. Eric Woods is on. Aw, coffee tables. Thank you for the subscription. I appreciate it. watch me struggle at skulls inspired you. I accept. Oh. Moose is doing demolition. It was overdue. Well, hey, I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you for the support. There's also someone just working on soldering motherboards. Thanks, dude. I appreciate it. People, I'm too tired to pick a stream. Anybody want to direct the raid? I waited too long. I'm too foggy. Coffee tables, do you have any preference? Where are we going? What are we doing? There's a lot of good people on. And I apparently have no brain. Oh. Soldering is fun. Sid Heresy, I've been following. They've got like a nice close-up view of what they're working on. Gishtastic is doing crafting. Who's Gishtastic? Each seems to be doing embroidery? Yeah, embroidery. Oh, Taxidermy was going to be your suggestion. Okay, well, coffee tables, in honor of your very kind subscribe. I'm going to take a look at Gishtastic. Thank you for the recommendation, but let's go Father Taxidermy. Yeah. There's some pretty delicate stuff going on, which is really fun. So, yeah. Alright. 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 We're doing it. Raid. Oh. Alright. Okay, dear humans, thank you for hanging out. I'm almost done with this particular step of this project, which is very nice. Ooh, cash in a dance party. I'm excited to know what that means. I haven't been over there a ton, and so I haven't seen a lot of the payouts, so that'll be fun. So yeah, I might be on later. I'm not really sure. Well, I have to go grocery shopping, so we'll see how wiped out I am. Otherwise, I'll probably be lurking on everybody else's streams, because that's also fun to do. Oh, Lazuski, thanks for hanging out. Good luck with your ferret. How many? Hopefully you have many years of planning before you have to worry about that. But, alright. So yeah, I'm gonna wrap up. So hey everybody, thanks. So until I'm back on, be nice to each other, take care, stay safe, and I will see everybody later.
Outside and soothing someone like myself. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, what's the saying? Anything worth doing isn't going to be easy. And that's so fucking true. I mean, where's the reward if you just get